What's up, guys? How's everybody doing today? How you guys doing today? What's going on? Stug, 200 is insane, man. I can't do 200 stone sessions anymore. We might be able to do a stream, but yeah, I can't do the 200 stone streams anymore. What's up, Jefferson? How you doing, man? By the way, how do you get over 200? That by itself is insane. I don't know if I want to take that rune or not, but I probably should. At which point I may as well just take Chow's other rune, huh? Oh, Chow doesn't have a speed rune, okay. Oh, that's good. We need Will anyway. Okay, he definitely does not need that. How's that look? What's up, Kahaku? How you doing, bro? So 251. I want to get him faster than Ganny, I think. The Rika 249, that's pretty tight tuning. And the Ganny is 247. Actually, I like that. I think we'll leave that where it is. How do I run Lala for siege defense? Jefferson, I gotta be honest, I have not used Lala. We as a guild have not used Lala. So I don't know off the top of my head how Lala is being runed. Seems to be when I fight Lala, it seems to be in slightly more of an offensive build. I haven't really found the Lala threats, how did I say this right? Anytime I've ever fought Lala, I've never had any kind of a close call. Like, I haven't found any of the Lala defenses to be viable. That doesn't mean that they're not. I was kind of talking about this with somebody the other day. We all have different boxes. We build our monsters different ways. So when I face Lala, Lala is not something I really notice. Like, those are just not scary defenses for me. So I don't have a great, a great feel for how those defenses would be ruined. Because usually it's just, like, very easy. But again, it's Lala's meta on a lot of G3 comps, a lot of G3 sieges right now, so that's just like for me. Oh, that was my best, I think 29.3. That was a good average. What up, Justin? How you doing, bro? Arteriosis. So Rahul says 50 stones takes 5 hours. Really need to force myself. Yeah, I mean, it's always good to be careful with your re-ups, bro, definitely. What's up, Rylas? How you doing, man? Yeah, sorry I couldn't help you with that one, Jefferson. With most, that's like one of the very few, I think that's the first time, other than LD5s, that might be the first elemental monster I've really just not had an idea on. I know what Lala's kit does, but yeah, I never even 2-8 Lala. Lala should be the Fire Howl. I never even 2-8 a Lala, so... First time I can remember really not being able to, like, at least have a basic idea, but I just don't know how people are ruining him, honestly. Her, whatever. Crit damage, that's not bad. We can do that. Fix the Ryu. Well, free-to-play re-ups are worth their weight in gold when they work. That's the problem with re-ups, is it's such a low rate to actually get something good. Except on today's stream, when we are going to turn Brandizzle into a G4 player, of course. She multi-hits based on the number of dispelled harmful effects. That's why I said I think she usually winds up being in a... I think she usually winds up being in more of an offensive build. Because you see her, I think it's like Vigor, Kinky, Lala is the main one I've seen. And then there's like an Ayunu one. No, not Ayunu. I think Vigor, Kinky, Mala is the main one I've seen. But they never really had very high win rates. With the no immunity, the Kinky is so much easier to deal with. And then Lala does good damage, but basically if you go in with immunity, then I know the Lala can strip and all that, but if you go in with a cleanser immunity, like you go in just with a Lulu, then the defense would have to just go absolutely like proc crazy at just the right time when you've got a defense break on you. And if you go in, because I use a lot of immunity monsters, so if you go in with like a max res Triana, most Kinkies don't have that much accuracy, and so the Lala might strip you, but the Kinky has to attack the Triana, and yeah, I don't know. It's just the logic behind the defense is there. It's not a bad defense at all, because the Kinky and the Vigor both are kind of anti-Lucian, but it's just very weak to immunity. If you go in with immunity, you don't need a stripper, because the defense has no stripper. And you can just kind of play a slow game, which fits my style, and just go in with an Onimusha to deal with the Kinky, or go in with bombers, either way. Why do some people use the Light Howl? I don't even know his cooldown. So, Rahul, the Light Howl has a 75% heal on skill 3. Jack, so Lala never really got all that meta. Honestly, I think Lala is a better offensive monster than defensive monster, but Lala never really got meta outside of Siege 3 defense, I think, and I haven't seen Lala that often, but we haven't been back to G3 in about a week or two either. Well, we just won a rank 40 Siege, but we haven't been in like the top 20 in a little bit. So the Lala is going to be down here, and basically you've got... if you look at the skill 3, removes all harmful effects granted on allies, so it's a cleanse. And then attack skill is randomly activated up to 5 times based on how many skills are cleansed. And then the skill 2 is removed harmful effects and recovers HP, but it does not have the immunity on it, so neither of these are immunity. So he's got an AoE cleanse, and then he's got a single target cleanse, and then both of these heal. The skill 3 doesn't actually say it heals, but it triggers the skill 1, which has a 20% heal, and it can go 5 times. And then this one also has a strip, so he can randomly strip the enemy team and cleanse himself at the same time. But he doesn't debuff. He does lots of healing, lots of sustain, but he doesn't provide immunity, and he doesn't provide debuff. Rylus, so this is kind of funny. I actually don't have 3 Kinkies. I have 4. I've summoned 3 of them. 3 of my last 4 LD Sparks were Kinkies. So I now have 4 Kinkies. I can't skill them all up. I can't use them all, but I do now have 4 Kinkies. Where are they? Here we go. Yeah, let's just bring these out. So I am thinking that like this week, obviously I won't because it matters. This week is qualifiers, but I'm thinking next week my siege defense is going to look like this, or my arena defense, excuse me, is going to look like this. I have 4 Kinkies, but no Martina. Guys, I've summoned like 3,000 something. I've summoned 3,000 something LD scrolls. I have no Martina. I would probably trade all 4 Kinkies for 1 Martina. I mean, it's not bad to have 4. Like it's like I said, I can't skill the 4th one up forever though. So the 4th one is just kind of trash. I would certainly auction him off. Yeah, Kyle, it'd just be for a funny flex. We do it in the week where it doesn't matter. What would I say? Auction, when I say auction them off like for free, I would give out 3. I would give away the unskilled one for sure. Give away the unskilled one for sure. Justin, she knows it well, bro. I mean, yeah, I'm just saying. Arteriosis says, what's the order of content I do when I do accounts? So, bro, if you mean like when I do account service, it's really just whatever the person asks me to do. But I do always say that the first thing that should be done is your farming teams. Usually those aren't runes that are competed for by your like siege defenses, but it's still important to have your farming team stable. Next thing you do is siege defense, then you probably do your arena defense, and then you do your offenses, because on offense you get to use your own brain. On defense, you're using Calm to Us's brain. So we got to give better runes to defense to make up for the lack of brain on the Calm to Us side. John, all you have to do is sacrifice your Visa, your MasterCard, your American Express, and your Discover. Let's see. Looking for another Fire Stripper, build a Lala. Yeah, Lala. I mean, I haven't built one yet, but Lala does have a really good kit for offense. I'm not sure about defense. I'm not sure. Jack, the re-ups are going to be on Brand Dizzle's account. And, hey, Eric, how you doing? Is it worth putting Devils in Oki now? Because the meta is water. Oki still does get used from time to time. And although the meta is water, not every fight is all water. Because Chung is still very, very much the meta. So until Chung goes away, Oki is going to be viable in the meta. And Oki still stuns my water units every freaking time. So anyway, bottom line is yes, I would say it is worth deviling Oki. I don't remember what I'm looking for here. It is worth deviling Oki. I don't know if he would be first on my priority list right now. It depends on what other units are waiting to be deviled. But he's still worth deviling. Feed LD5 to Devilmon and you'll get a Kinky. Somehow I doubt that. Wish they had Nat 4 exchange. I have 9 Icarus. I would trade them for Tableau. I think you mean 9 Icaruses. That's kind of crazy also. CP won't go... Yeah, Kyle. He won't go away as long as his S2 is his S2 either, because Strip into Glancing is freaking broken. It's actually... it's so strong, man. It's not even the defense break, it's the Glancing, because things... he disables your whole team on his skill 2, even if he doesn't proc into skill 3. But yeah, his overall kit is really strong. I said this last stream, I hate calling for monsters to get nerfed. I never like to call for a monster to get nerfed. But at this point, I really do think that Chung should only reset the target on his skill 3. He can keep the kit exactly as it is, but the only monster that should get a skill reset is the one that he targets. The AoE skill reset is too strong, and if you change the attack bar pushback to how it used to be when it was 50%, I don't think he'd be quite good enough, and he would fall out of the meta. But I think if you just change him to where he only resets the target, he won't fall out of the meta, but he'd be a little more balanced. 100 accuracy Chung. So Arteriosis, the problem with your Chung is that it's not about accuracy. He doesn't have 100% activation rate on his skill 2. So this is the biggest thing that frustrates me about Chung. I can't steal him because he's terrible in a bruiser team. So the skill 2, if you look at this, it's only a 75% activation rate. If he is your only stripper, he's terrible. And so if you use him in a bruiser team, you're going to lose more than you're going to win with him, because he mostly works when there's other monsters that skill in front of him, and he can go skill 3 into skill 2. If he becomes, or if you've got another attack bar manipulator behind him, he can work as your first stripper. If you have 3 strippers, he can work as your second stripper if you have another one in front of him. But he can't work as your only stripper because of the activation rate. So it's a double-edged sword because bruisers can't steal him. You know, like, I've tried that before. I've tried to draft Chung and just take him away from the opponent, and it's a completely dead pick in my draft. So now I'm fighting 3v4, which is even worse than letting the opponent have Chung. This season, I actually won't be ruining him. I actually de-ruined him for this season because he just doesn't make sense for the teams that I run. Kyle, Carnell's good, but you can run a Bruiser Oki and get a very similar benefit. You can also run, believe it or not, this guy actually made some appearances in RTA a while back, and I think he's almost as good as Oki. I really do. Not as good, I'm sorry, as Oki, as Carnell. I really do. Now, not as good as Carnell, otherwise you'd see him more. But if you don't have Carnell, take a look at the 2A Ursha. So, AoE damage proportionate to max HP, AoE attack break, and an AoE provoke, which is really useful. And then you have another provoke and counter attack every time you receive damage for 3 turns. He can control an entire team really well. Belinus also is really good, but Belinus, he's got slightly higher base speed, and more importantly is because of the HP scaling damage, he's easier to rune. You also probably don't need quite as much accuracy with him. Belinus is going to be better for faster kills, but the Ursha is better for CC, I think. What's up, Scott? I'll definitely do your LD summons if you're coming back. Alright, Brandizzle, I am getting set up on your account on BlueStacks while we're going, by the way. Just so you guys know, the re-apps are coming. We're getting ready to log in. Rahul, I have had and used CP for a very long time, and I stand 100% behind what I just said. I literally just said the problem with him is his skill 2 and a bruiser comp, but at the same time, if you put his skill 2 in a comp that has multiple CC targets, it's busted. And that's why people play Chung with Ryu and multiple other strippers. But yeah, the skill 2 is busted when you put him in a multi-CC comp. That's where the problem is. Who takes Devil priority late game? Shizuka does not have priority at all. Mei Huang, Bale, Miles. Oh, Miles. I don't even have to read the rest of the way. So, but Justin, to answer your question, Miles should be your first priority. He's really, really good. Amelia should be your second priority. Water Totem is a lot of fun, but really not that amazing, right? I mean, Water Totem's really good. I use Water Totem. On a regular basis, I use Water Totem, but she's very good in a specific comp that I came up with, and I don't know that she's very good outside of that comp. So, she just doesn't, because she lacks cleanse and she has short immunity, I don't know that she does enough most of the time. So I would go Miles, followed by Amelia, and then at that point, maybe Fire Totem. I don't have the Fire Totem. I've fought it in RTA a couple of times, and it's pretty interesting. The Fire Totem, like, I don't have enough experience, so it's hard for me to say 100% that's where you go. But what I will say is, I have deviled, personally, Windryu, Shizuka, Bale, and all three of those really weren't worth the devils. I never used them. You can use them in some niche situations just for fun. Like, if you want to use the monster, you can make it work. But there's better options for all of them in every comp. Like, there's nobody that does what Shizuka does, but that doesn't mean that there's not a better option than Shizuka in most of the comps you build, right? So for me, those would all be last on your list. So you would go Miles and Amelia for sure. And then you could make a case for Mei Huang. You could make a case for the Fire Totemist. You could make, which is Nora. And you could make a case for Aaliyah, the Water Totemist, as your third. But 3 through 5 should be those three in some order. And then after that, you could look at doing the probably the Bale. And then after the Bale, the Shizuka, and then the Windryu. Bro, huge grats on the Fang, Jason. Huge grats on the Fang. So I mean, so Brandizzle, I set up the Bale. I gave him really good runes, and my experience with him is that he is good, but Poseidon is just better. So let me do this on my own defense, so that we're doing like a fair test, right? So I'll show you the runes on both. You guys can compare. So here's the Poseidon, plus 154 Swift Blade, 1451 attack, 163 crit damage. Those are the numbers that matter. 1451 and 163, right? What up, Fallen? How you doing? So we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Now we have attribute advantage with Bale, which means he only needs 85 crit rate. We have no glancing with Poseidon. But still, if I go skill 1 here, let's just check the Kraka damage. Right there, 33.7 on the Kraka. I think the Kraka may have had some damage reduction from water as well. Now, if we check the Bale, his damage is going to be similar. He does add debuffs. He adds those dots, so technically his damage is higher. And he has the heal block at the same time. But what he does not do is push back and allow you to cycle. So, in the case of this team here, for example, I'm really getting 55,000 damage because I get another 22,000 from my Tiana. When I use the Bale, and this is why I stuck with the Poseidon over the Bale, is when I use the Bale, if he doesn't insta-kill everything, then I lose because the enemy has a chance to cleanse. Where is the Bale? Here's the Bale. Now, lacking Poseidon, Bale at... almost dropped a... Yeah, man, I hate looking for monsters in my box. Here we go. Now, lacking Now, so here's the Bale, 1653 and 185. So much stronger set here. He's got an extra 200 attack. He's got an extra 30 crit damage. He does have lower accuracy. Because he doesn't need the accuracy as much because he doesn't have the pushback, right? So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to watch the Kraka over here. And then we have got 32,000. So on a much, much stronger build, he did less damage. Now, granted, with the dots, he did more, but without the Tiana damage, because I don't get to cycle anymore, I don't get to lap, without the Tiana damage, Poseidon just does more. So if you don't have Poseidon, Bale's a really good secondary option. But if you have Poseidon, I would stick with Poseidon. I mean, technically an unskilled Poseidon could be used in Siege. You can make the same case there, Rahul. Man, that's just habit at this point. Alright, here we go. No Poseidon or Bale, buy a new account, bro. No, I'm just playing. Cocky. If you don't have Poseidon or Bale, use Cocky. What's up, Kelly? How you doing? Yeah, Cocky's only problem is obviously water monsters, so he has element disadvantage against water monsters that Poseidon and Bale don't experience. Teor, also by the way, Teor, I believe that what was his last buff? I think he has guaranteed freeze is the last buff. So Teor is actually another option that you can use there as well. His damage scales massively. Or actually, we can do it here. I'll do one damage test. Now my Teor is in crap runes, so adjust for the fact that I have absolutely great runes. I have really, really good offensive runes on both the Poseidon and the Bale, and my Teor has garbage, like straight up garbage, right? 1423 and 147 without max crit rate. I guess it's not as much garbage as I thought, but it's still not good, right? Does have a little bit of skill 3 crit damage here, but the Poseidon has better artifacts as well. So we can do a damage test on the Teor though. So these are in much worse runes. Now if we we gotta do this first. So if we look at the Teor skill 3, attacks the enemy and guarantees to freeze for 1 turn. Afterwards, deals half the damage of the initial attack, decreases attack speed, and reduces attack bar by 100%. So this is like a Poseidon with a freeze instead of anti-glancing. So here we're probably going to want to freeze this Riley because of the attribute disadvantage, right? So let's go ahead, 1 speed, we're going to do this. We did get the crit, 34k on crap runes, so you can see the Teor had actually bigger damage in worse runes. So with actual worse runes, he had bigger damage on the initial target, but the rest of the targets took less damage. Guaranteed freeze. I think he's a good option for Poseidon. I would. Oh crap! That was an actual real fight. That wasn't my defense. Oh well. I thought I was testing against my defense, but anyway, yeah, I think Teor is a viable option. I still think Cocky's going to do better for you than Teor, but you can swap the Teor and the Cocky back and forth based on the enemy attributes also. Let's see here. So Kinky and Fuki also do similar. Yes and no. Cocky still does more damage because even though they nerfed it, he still does get partial scaling off of his defense. And then Kinky generally and Fuki both need to be... Fuki is actually going to do the least damage of all of them because Fuki needs a long fight. Fuki needs his HP to go down. The one place where I would use Fuki is if you have the Light Bison, who is the Light Slayer. Because in that instance, you'd be able to eat half of Fuki's HP with the Bison when you attack bar boost and attack buffed him. But otherwise, I think I would probably still use Cocky. His damage is just significantly higher. Kinky, though, would be a nice kind of backup. If you went all-out damage on Kinky, he would do less damage, but he doesn't die the way Cocky does either, so he'd give you like a better balance. Longer fights, but less losses. So, Fallen built Mimir, Gemini, Light, Chun-Li, Siege team. Does that sound like a good comp? Honestly, unfortunately, bro, it does not. The reason is that you are not getting a speed or an attack buff on the Light Chun-Li. So when Gemini misses his defense breaks, you're going to have trouble. Mimir does give you a lot of CC, which is really nice. But I don't think I would use Light Chun-Li there. I think Mimir already does enough on his own. I'd probably rather have like a Lulu or something in that spot. Let Mimir just survive and do his thing. Or you could go Mimir Aquila Lulu, and that way you get strip into buffs. You won't have a defense break, but you get the buffs, so it'll kind of balance out. So Duke, I think he's trying to get the, he's just trying to find a comp that works with Mimir. Obviously the Hraesvelg is the normal one there because he gives you buffs. I'm also not a fan of that team with Hraesvelg though. I think it's really hard to rune, and I think it's way too unreliable. In terms of accuracy resistance checks. The Hraesvelg one is like a 85-90% team, which to me is too low to use on a consistent basis. Yeah, Rahul, I actually agree with you. I think Ajir is better than Mimir for RTA. Now, I haven't used either of them in RTA in ages, but just being really familiar with their kits, I think Ajir turn cycle's a little bit better. He's a little bit weaker to, Mimir is a little bit weaker to immunity because he doesn't have a strip. And Ajir also gives you the ability to combat, like Ajir is easier to rune. So the advantage of LDs is that they don't glance on anything. The disadvantage of LDs is that they need an extra 15 crit rate. And so when you're runing RTA boxes with your fastest runes, it can be hard to get everything to 100 crit rate. So I do like Ajir a little bit more overall. Mimir, Lauren, Fran, always a good staple. Yeah, Mimir, Lauren, X. Mimir, Lauren, X is a great staple. I like the Wusa more there. I did before the Wusa buff also. Mimir, Lauren, Perna can also be really good as long as you're sure your Lauren's going to outspeed. If I have no defense, slot 6 Vio or Destroy for Fang, take one off another unit, bro. You can't have 0 on your account. But if you can't take one off another unit, I don't understand how that's possible, just put them on low runes. HP percent with big defense subs? No, I'd put them on a different set, bro. Fang needs your best set of runes. Like, Fang needs love, man. Your best set of defense runes, not your best set of runes. I've actually deviled 3 Fangs. I will devil the next one I get as well. And all of them have pretty much the same build. Actually, you know what, bro? Put him on a resistance rune. That's what he really needs. Max resistance Fang, 100%. I've run him with and without resistance, and I would never run him without resistance if I could avoid it again. To me, resistance is the way to go. You see, 1900 yeah, lowest one is 1800 defense because he has a little more crit rate, a little more HP. But 1800 to 2100 defense. 18 to 22, about 95 to 110 speed, 100 res, get him 40 accuracy, and you'll be really happy. Can Ajir Berserk? Justin, yeah, I'm sure he can, bro, because I don't even need units Berserk to kill Douglas. All you need is just an attack-based unit that's built with attack runes. And yes, Sim, I agree. Endure Fang would definitely work. You saw I actually had one of mine on Endure. Fallen, Dark String Master. So if you're going to run Dark String Master, honestly, I would just do Mirene, Taeon, Lucian. I don't think you would need to use her with Mimir. So I'll show you just how I use the Mirene. It's exactly what I just said, Mirene, Taeon, Lucian. So we can go right here. You even see I used it last Siege, right? Or I used it last Guild War. I actually have it loaded. So it's just the Mimir. Now, Taeon needs to be within 11 speed of your Mirene, and try and get some fight runes on them, and then just watch your Lucian go to work. That's all it is. What up, Sidekick? How you doing, bro? Jiren RTA had to be built tanky, though, so lowish attack. I mean, it's lowish, but you can also, I mean, if you want to build him specifically as a Douglas counter, skip the crit rate and just put him on an attack slot 4. People tend to forget, so crit rate is how often you crit, and crit damage multiplies the damage you do by 100% plus that percent. So if you look at this Wusa, if Wusa crits, I get an extra 150% damage. But what people forget is that if you use a slot 4 attack, you don't get that multiplier, but you get that damage every time because you don't need crit rate runes, and you get more damage because you're getting the attack out of the slot 4 attack. So, plus you don't need all those crit rate substats on the other runes. So you can build a monster with just incredibly high attack, HP, and defense, has no crit rate, and he won't do as much damage as the monster with 180 crit damage and 100 crit rate, obviously, but he still has just as many stats, and the stats are just kind of played out differently. So if you need a Douglas counter, just like people run Savannah on triple attack now, because people like me would run Fangs to stop a Savannah from defense breaking them, because the Fang has 2800 defense, so now they run Savannahs with 3000 attack just on triple attack. You can do the same thing with Ajir. Just put him on like speed attack. Don't worry about the crit rate, crit damage, because Douglas is built squishy anyway. Usually. Ooh, sidekick, that's rough, bro. Sorry to hear that, man. Fallen, so a monster, it's basically, there's no specific, hey, if one of the mods could actually put a link to my solo R5 video in chat for Vinicius, I'd appreciate it, guys. So Vinicius, I actually did a video on that about a week or two ago, and so one of the mods should be able to put a link in chat for you. Best way to determine how much accuracy, there is no actual magic formula for that, unfortunately. For me, it's a lot of just kind of experience, but I will say usually what it comes down to is how much of a monster's roll depends on the accuracy succeeding. So, for example, Fang is meant for a long fight. If he misses 1 or 2 defense breaks, it's usually not going to matter. But if he misses all the defense breaks, it does. Also, Fang doesn't need that much crit rate. He doesn't need any crit damage, so it's easier to get him accuracy. So for me, something around 40 to 50% is right. If a monster is like, if their debuffs are kind of helpful but not that big of a deal, like Perna, for example. We don't rely on Perna to stun because the stun activation rate's only at 48%. We don't rely on Perna to strip most of the time because you usually run Perna with more setup. So Perna doesn't need as much accuracy. 15 to 20 accuracy is probably great for your Perna. But Galleon only has one freaking job. Galleon defense breaks and attack buffs. And if he fails at that job, you lose the fight. So Galleon needs 85 accuracy. No monster ever needs over 85 accuracy because you can never... all monsters in the game have a minimum 15% resistance. That's just automatic. Every monster in the game has 15% resistance. You can't take that monster below 15, so you don't ever need above 85 accuracy. But for a monster whose only job is one thing, and if he fails at that thing, you lose the fight, he needs 85. Brozar, Jason, thank you guys for dropping the link. Let's see here. Alright guys, so we're going to flex on Brandizzle's Oni for just a moment. This Oni has no problems with Douglas. So here's the deal. Here's the deal on this one. Literally, I want to say it's about 3 weeks ago now, Brandizzle messaged me and he was down. He's like, bro, I've been playing the game for 7 years. I don't have an LD. And I think I'm over it, man. I think if I don't get an LD in the next 6 months, I'm going to give it 6 months, about 50 scrolls. If I don't get an LD in the next 50 scrolls, I'm done. I'm going to quit Summoner's War. 6 scrolls later, there it is. 6 scrolls later, pulls one of the top LD5s in the game, instantly gets his best RTA finish. You know he's going to have his best, instantly gets his best arena finish, going to have his best RTA finish and so on. So, still think that's pretty awesome, man. And it's an OP LD that skills up off Nat 4s to boot. All right, guys. So we've got a little problem actually. I made a mistake, which is that I needed to log into Brandizzle's account through Mumu Player so I could get his JSON. Brandizzle, do you have your JSON? Can you send it to me? If not, I have to switch players. Okay, cool. That'll work. Alright, I'm going to set up some bets while Brandizzle sets me his JSON. We'll do some betting on reapps today. Okay, cool, and we got the JSON now. So what we're gonna do here is load up Swap Connect. Not a sponsored video, just a really awesome program. We're gonna pull Brandizzle's JSON into our Swap Connect. Rahul, that's not true, bro. Only the Onimushas you face have 100%, because mine don't activate 100% unless I'm facing them. So Flapjack JSON is for the Summoner's War Optimizer, which is actually this program. Where is it? Why are you not gonna open up for me? There it is. It's actually this program right here. Alright, so, oops, that's going to be on my desktop. Here it is. Alright, so we're going to pull Brandizzle's JSON file into the optimizer. For those of you who have not seen one of my reapp streams before, when there's a ton of reapps, I just basically go rune by rune. Brandizzle's got about 60 reapps, so we want to be a little bit more careful with how we use them. So what we're going to be doing is looking at the Violent Will runes to start off with. We'll look at slots 2, 4, and 6. We want anything that does not have an innate stat, and also, I'm sorry, anything that does have an innate stat, but we want to make sure that stat is not speed, attack, defense, or HP. Obviously, we want to make sure that it is a legend rune. We're not looking at ancient runes. It does need to be 6-starred, and that gives us a list of only 11 runes, actually. So the next thing we're going to do now is just sort by efficiency. We're going to look at his best runes, and we're going to lock them to take them out of the list. So all of these runes, these are all pretty solid runes. The crit damage rune here, I wish it had speed, but it's 108% rune. We're not going to re-up that. Same probably for these 3. They're a little bit lower efficiency. This one, if it was an attack, if this was crit damage, I might re-up it. But they don't have resistance. They don't have wasted stats. They're all pretty synergized. There's no reason to mess with them. It's just going to be too hard to improve them. Now, the rune on the Xing Zhe right here. This one, it's lower resistance, but this defense could be gemmed into either HP or speed. I'm sorry, it's lower. It's lower efficiency, but once you finish gemming and grinding this rune, it'll be pretty solid. So we're going to leave that one alone. The Shihu slot 2, same deal. This accuracy can be gemmed. It's going to be a really efficient rune. Kind of a shame to have crit damage instead of crit rate over there, but it's still a pretty decent rune. So we're going to come back up here and we're going to look at unlocked runes, and right off the bat we're down to 3 targets on the 2, 4, 6. So we'll start with these. This Vio 2 attack percent, it's got an accuracy innate, which is perfect. We could actually gem this resistance out, and it would be a really efficient rune. So I don't think we necessarily want to re-up this one. It's slow, but if we re-up this, we're straight up chasing speed or crit rate, which is, you don't really ever want to be chasing one stat on a rune if you can avoid it. And the reason you never want to chase one stat on a rune is because then you wind up re-apping the rune even when there's, like, you might get like 5 good re-apps in a row, right? And if you are chasing one stat, you have to give up each of those re-apps. But if you just re-app different runes each time, then you turn 5 mediocre runes into 5 good runes. So you mostly only want to re-app a rune that currently is not good and that it's easy to improve. And once you improve it, you want to move on to the next rune that has the ability to be improved. So for that reason, we're going to leave this Vio 2 rune alone because it's pretty good. The Will 4 attack percent, this one's actually not bad either. And the Vio 2 attack percent, also not bad, it just needs a speed gem. So that's it. We have no Vio or Will slot 2, 4, 6. That was really fast. Okay, how about non-2, 4, 6? We do have 24 entries over here. We do have 24 entries over here. Wow, that's the, okay, that was, but Look at these, some of these OP runes, 111%, 110%, 109, 109, 108, 106, 106. These are some pretty OP runes, bro. This one's got 16 speed. This one's fully grinded. This has 20 speed. Are we going to have trouble finding targets, guys? Yeah, we might have trouble finding targets for you, bro. $19 speed, that one's solid. 26 res, slot 1 vial, single grindable. This one might be a target. I want to look. If it's your highest resistance rune, we're not going to re-app it. But if you have higher resistance slot 1 runes, that one might actually be a target. Just because it's kind of slow. And because the attack doesn't synergize super well with the resistance. If it was HP, I'd be more likely to keep it. We'll look at Despair next, and then we might take a look at Swift and Destroy after that, but Destroy is the meta right now. I don't know if Destroy is going to remain the meta. The 4 sets will always be in the meta, but Destroy could be temporary. Like, there was a time where Nemesis was the meta, and Nemesis has kind of gone away, right? So I don't know if I want to make Destroy our top priority. We might go there at the end. Andrew, while I agree with you, Swift is speed chasing, Despair for me is not speed chasing. I think there are plenty of monsters that need like just efficient Despair sets, like Eureka, and I'd have to look through my box, but I use a lot of very efficient Despair sets. I don't think Despair has to be straight speed. Swift obviously does. Swift is straight speed chasing. Alright, so this Fang Bio 3, ooh, this one's actually, even though it's efficient, it's got 20 speed though. It's got 20 speed. It's not a very good rune, but it's got 20 speed. Yeah, Nana is a great example. Antares, I know there's probably like 15. Ethna. Ethna is another one that doesn't have to be crazy fast if you put her on Despair. There's like probably 20 monsters that I have runed on Despair, and very few of them are crazy fast. Even Iris, even though she's built fast normally, doesn't have to be stupid fast. Alright, let's see. This Will 3 rune, this one is bad. This one's definitely a re-app target. This might be our first target. So we got 26 HP. I'm saying it's bad. I think I'm exaggerating. Yes, I lied actually. Okay, so here's the thing with this Will 3 rune, and this is why I think we are going to make this our first target. Let's turn this off. So if we look at this rune right now, what do we do with this rune? The problem with this rune is the 5 speed roll right here. So if I gem the resistance into defense, this becomes a pretty efficient rune. But we just saw from your rune quality that it's not going to be like your most efficient rune or anything crazy like that. And at the same time, it's really slow. Whereas it has a great innate for a slot 3 re-app target. So this rune is a rune we can improve, hopefully with just a couple of re-apps. And we don't have to worry about what to do with it. Because normally you would just want to re-gem this into a higher speed, but you can't do that with the 6 res here. So this is going to be our first target. I never put more than 5 re-apps into any rune. Hopefully we can improve this faster than 5 re-apps from now, though. Alright, Brandizzle, good luck, bro. May your runes be like your LD5 luck was for that one scroll anyway. Can we get the Ongi Will rune right here? Oh. Alright. Now, this is interesting. So, if we look at how these 2 runes compare, the right side is less efficient once you gem off the resistance right now. But on the left side, what we would have here is 26 HP plus 9 defense. So we'd have 35 and 12. Yeah, no, the left side's still better. Left side's still better. I can't talk myself into it. Oh, that was almost there, bro. That was almost really good. Andrew, so I mean, with exceptions, you generally want double the spare rolls on everything. I mean, there's a baseline. I would say, oh, there, ooh, okay. Now, How do we feel about this side? So we've got 2 rolls here, and basically 1 roll. It's a high roll here. We basically have to gem out the crit damage. We gem in the HP. Ah, man. I gotta go here, bro. I gotta go here. This side, it's just lacking so many stats. So the final on this side would be 9 speed versus 18. So we gain 9 speed, but we're trading off accuracy for resistance, which is not ideal. It's not a good trade, and it's a lower roll. And then we're trading out 26 HP for... Oh, excuse me, we're trading out 35 HP in defense, assuming a 9 gem for 16. We're trading out 19. Yeah. I can't, it's given up too many stats, because this rune is still salvageable. So this is our last try. If we don't improve here, we're going to move on to the next target. And that is not an improvement, because you'd have to gem out the crit damage, so we're going to let this rune sit. This rune doesn't want to pop for us. I won't lock it just yet. We'll leave it open. Actually, what I want to do, let's come back over. Let's take a look at your will slot 1s and see if that Abellio rune is the highest resistance rune, and know if we're gonna re-app it or not. Is that will or violent? That was violet slot 1. All right, so that's 26. That's 20. That's too big of a drop off. You always want to keep your best in slot, even if the rune's not great and it's not super synergized. There's going to be a time where you need that 26 resistance slot 1, and you won't have it. So that one we do have to keep. And then this Tessa Vio 3 right here. This is pretty well synergized. So you grind the speed. Bro, John Turtle, who played Tella Arena. First of all, just dated yourself, bro. I played Tella Arena when I was a teenager, maybe a preteen. My single all-time greatest gaming moment actually came out of Tella Arena. I've told that story before on stream, but like just the thing, I won't say greatest, but the single moment I remember from all the games I've ever played was in Tella Arena. If you remember in version 2.2, there was a bug that allowed warriors to attack 4 times, exit the room, and come back and just fresh attack again. And we had like the highest person on our server who was a PvP beast, and highest level guy. He was botting like 24 hours a day for a year. And I suckered him into attacking me with, he was a mage. I suckered him into attacking me outside the city gates, and I had built a macro, and I spammed the macro and killed him. And you remember PvP in that game was instant. So I was like level 21 warrior. He's like a level 36 mage. And I just suckered him. I made it look like I was running a bot, but I was doing it all manual and typing in the macro. And I suckered him into attacking me outside the city gates, and then I just spammed the macro and killed him. I still remember that 27 years later, man. Like it was the whole talk of the server, man. I came in and people are like, Apocalypse just died! Apocalypse just died! And I was like, yeah, that was me. Anyway. Oh, man. Yeah, a long time ago. But yeah, I don't think I ever played Major Mud, but I did play some other mods as well. Alright, so back to re-ups. Funny when somebody mentions Tella Arena, man. That was such a niche game from 25 plus years ago. Skill and luck, let's see. Newbie question. Guild War 101. What are 2 good general 3-star teams and 2 good general 4-star teams? So 3-star team would be Fran, Lauren, maybe Vigor. As a 2A, yeah, Fran, Lauren, Vigor, I think would be a good 3-star team. And then for 4-star teams, honestly, you just do Fran, Lauren, Vertihile. Or you do a lot of, yeah, I mean, 4 stars are more niche because as a new player, you're not going to have a lot of 4 stars, but like useful for super early Guild War would be Vertihile from the 4 stars. Any of the, like maybe a Jeer, Mimir you wouldn't have. A Jeer would be useful. And then like kind of just a lot of 3 stars that synergize with them. Healers and supports and immunity, that type of stuff. But usually you don't put 3-4 stars together. You're going to have like 1 or 2 3 stars mixed with a 4-star, maybe like a 3-star, 2A monster and a 4-star, that type of thing. The will slot 1, 26 res, sitting because never works in Siege. Yeah, so Rahul, the thing is you gotta put resistance on monsters that you bring in against monsters not built with accuracy. So like, I talk about bringing in Max Res Triana against Carcano. Because Carcano needs so many stats, he's not built on accuracy, and he's not gonna defense break your Triana much. But I would never bring her in against like Chung Peng because he's always max accuracy. Oh, yeah, I remember that too, man. It's been so long. I don't remember most of the game that well because it's been so long, but I remember very well that one particular kill. Alright, so coming back over here to the, because I know Brand Dizzle's on pins and needles while I'm rambling about a game, a text-based game I played 25 years ago. Alright, let's see. So Bio slot 5, this one is triple grindable with accuracy. This one actually is not a terrible target, but I mean it's already 100+% efficiency. I think we're going to be hard pressed to make this better. What up, Renov? How you doing, bro? This one right here, Will slot 3. This is the one we just hit. It didn't want to pump. Then we've got another Will 5. This one, you gem the defense into speed, right? So we'd have attack, defense, and again accuracy, and it's lower efficiency. This one, actually, I feel like this one's going to be harder to make good. Plus, you already have a grind on it. I should say harder to kind of make it really good from where it's at now. Let's take a look at this one right here. This has 46 defense flat. I think this will be, 49 defense flat. I think this will be our next target. And that's interesting. So we definitely got better here. That's a double max roll. That's 1 off max. That's 2 off max. Now, being a slot 5, you could have had a quad grindable, but this rune is pretty sick, bro. This rune is pretty sick. You put like 10 speed right here, and I think this rune's like 120% plus. I think that's a one and done. So we've got 15 of the, plus it's better stats too, right? So we got 15% HP, you put a legend speed gem in there, let's say you get 13 speed. And then the HP, you put a legend grind on that because this rune's OP, make that 20, let's call it 24, 1 off max legend. Let's say the same thing for the attack, you go 1 off legend and make it 32, the accuracy is 14, and you're looking at 117% rune. That's a one and done, man. We're not getting past a 117 rune. Even missing one of the grind options, that's a 117 pull in accuracy off of slot 5. That's solid. So, I'm not going to put those speed gems on because you need a legend speed gem for that, or at least hero. You got to put at least 8 speed on that rune, but we're gonna lock that rune into place. 15 speed, right? Yeah, that's right. Okay. Okay, this Bio 5 at 106 we're not going to touch. I think I forgot to lock that. Now we have a Bio 3 on your Tessa. This rune, once you grind this, it's at 98, and then gem the res into crit rate. You're actually going to lose a little efficiency. It's really well synergized, but it's a sub 100% rune. When it's fully grinded, it's sub 100%, and for your account, I think it may not. I think we can probably upgrade this. So if we look at this rune right now, you gem the resistance into crit rate, and you lose a little efficiency. If you keep the resistance, you lose a little synergy with that crit damage. I mean, it works on the Tessa right now, but it's not easy to move around, right? So just coming back over here real quick, we'll see the HP's not a max grind, so we can add 3 more to that, make that 14, but change that to crit rate. That's a 94% rune. Add the speed on over here at 18, and you're still at 99. And it's 99, I think with the crit damage innate, it's a really nice target. So, see if we can do another one and done. Okay. Now it gets to keep the resistance. Now it gets to keep the resistance. These are low rolls, but this is still overall a better rune, right? I mean, you've got the same speed. We gained 6 resistance on the roll. The original defense roll was 10, so you lose Yeah, and the original HP roll was 10. So you lose 2 defense for 6 resistance. Now you keep the resistance and the rune's a little better synergized. Much more efficient. It's an upgrade. Yeah, I mean, nearly an identical veteran of its older self. Make a video on playing 10 attacks, Siege playing turn 2, because I have difficulty playing turn 2. I mean, Rahul, look at any of my Siege videos. I play 7 or 8 turn 2 attacks minimum every Siege. The only turn 1 teams that I ever use that are intended as turn 1 teams are Galleon Poseidon and Tiana, which is actually my worst team, because that one, if it gets resisted, loses. And Carcano Bastet Kali, which is also probably my second worst team. All of my other teams are turn 2 teams. I pretty much never plan to take turn 1. Sometimes I might by accident, but I never plan it. Let's see. Alright, we're going to keep the Tessarune now. It's not a major upgrade. It was a small upgrade, but it was an upgrade. So I don't... Now, it was like right on the edge before where it was like, I don't know if we can make this rune that much better, but we'll try. And now it's like, I don't think we can make that. That's true, Trendy, the Marinate Town Lucian, but I've mostly stopped using that one in Siege. The only time I ever use that is against MSTs. The Bruiser, basically, my Marinate is too slow to bring it in against teams that are contesting speed. And my Lucian doesn't always do enough damage to clear the Bruiser teams. Plus, there's usually like fire units on there. So I'll use it on Guild War because it's fast, but I don't use it on Siege except against the MSTs. I mean, I use it once in a while. Like if we're in a G2 Siege, I might use it, but I don't use it in G3 Siege, I should say. Alright, so this will slot 3, we already tried that one. We might go back later. Then we've got this Vigor, slot 3. That's actually just a nice rune. Triple grindable, that's 110. We've got another Vile 1 right here. This is not a nice rune. This is a straight PvE rune with a resistance innate. This rune actually, even though it kind of looks nice, the stats don't fit together great. So if you take the resistance out, now you're at an 82% roll, which is kind of like the floor of where a legend rune will usually roll. You do have attack and crit rate, but you have to gem in the speed. You have no HP, so it doesn't fit violent as well. It's a great swift rune. Well, it's a great fatal or rage rune. It's a great fatal or rage rune, but it's not a great violent rune. It's not this one. It's going to be looking for 18 crit damage on a slot 1. It's this one right here. So if this was fatal or rage, you'd be all about this rune. It'd be freaking OP. But as a violent rune, it really doesn't fit together as well. Okay, so speaking of, somebody said better version of itself, right? This is a slightly better version of itself. Now this rune is tough because we can't gem the speed in, but there are units that you can play with low speed on violent. There are fewer units that you can play with no HP on violent. So if we just turn this around and you gem HP in over the accuracy, now you've got maybe 9 HP and 12 attack is 21 versus 32. So we're trading 7 and 4. This is a very slightly better version of itself. I don't think it's a keeper. I think we still want to get a little better than this. I wish the crit rate and crit damage were reversed, basically. Like this! Wow! Okay, I'm so sorry, Brandizzle. I should have said I wish the HP and crit rate were reversed, because then we would have had an 18 speed rune, apparently. Like, straight up ask and you shall receive, or what, bro? That's, yeah, okay. Alright, well, I think we're done with that. If you're ever going to clip a moment on YouTube, that might be the one right there. Okay, that's a done product. That rune's better. Yeah, so you only have the blue speed gems. You're not going to use the blue ones. Or you're not going to use them for anything, so we may as well just throw it in here, right? Where'd the blue ones go? Oh, those were will. You actually don't have any. You don't have any for bio. Legend, so when we're done with the reapps, I'll use Ongyuki a little bit on Brandizzle's account. Absolutely. If you're able to hang around till when we're done with the reapps, we'll do a little RTA in Brandizzle's account at the end. Okay, so next up we've got this Diana slot 1 right here. Crit damage. This one's actually good. You gem the accuracy into attack. The crit damage is kind of free floating. Crit damage is kind of free floating, but the efficiency is so high, it's kind of hard to see how we improve this, right? So accuracy goes 16, HP goes 22, speed goes 19. We leave the crit damage there, but it's 107% rune. I don't think we can mess with that rune. It's too efficient right now, and in the Bruiser meta, crit damage without crit rate fits better than it used to, because you no longer, nowadays we get all our crit rate from slot 4 and our crit damage from subs instead of the other way around. How long do you reckon the re-up session will take? Legend, maybe an hour and a half more. It depends, because I'm having trouble finding targets. If we don't have targets, it may be really fast. Yeah, if we don't have targets, this may be super fast. We've got this Will 3 again, but honestly, I'm just struggling to think we might not be able to improve that one. And then we've got the Tessa Vio 5, which is already quad grindable. We're not going to touch that. So we've already looked at everything with innate. Now we're just going to take a look at, we're going to look for really inefficient no innate runes. So we'll, I don't need to put these in because we're just going to look at them all. So we're going to go this way around. Actually, we're going to leave the knot here. We're not going to re-up anything with speed, attack, defense. We're not going to re-up any of those. So now we've got 50 legendary runes. Now I'm going to do a thing over here in the optimizer where you see where it says include grind values and efficiency formula. I'm going to take this off, and this will show me how the rune actually rolled. So what I really want to see here is how many stats the rune started with, not how many stats it has now. This kind of neutralizes the grinds and gems that have been done. Renov, it depends on how you're doing him, how you're using him, but generally speaking, no. Generally speaking, no. I think Molong needs an S2 buff, maybe every hit stun. I don't, Rahul. I mean, obviously, he fits my playstyle. I definitely don't think he needs more stun. If he got any kind of buff, it would be either a higher activation rate on the skill 1 defense break or a higher activation rate on the skill 2 strip. But I really don't think he needs a buff. I think he is super strong in some metas. He's maybe not super strong in this meta, but he's still drafted very frequently in RTA. He's still used on siege defense and offense on a regular basis. So he's a monster that people obviously already feel is strong. I don't think he needs a buff. Alright, let's come back over here. So we're going to look at the runes that rolled worst for you. So we've got this Vio 1 right here. This one rolled at 76. It's your worst rolled rune. The overall rune is about 97 grinded. And that's with a gem put into it. So what you probably did was gem a roll out. You probably had a roll into a flat and you gemmed it out. It is a fairly well synergized rune, but I can tell you right from this right now, Brandizzle, so you tell me where you want to go with this. If this is our best re-up target, you don't really have a lot of great re-up targets. If I re-up any more Violent or Will, we're YOLOing almost as bad as if we're speed chasing. Because when you already have a super efficient rune, then you're rolling for greater efficiency, but we also need to maintain like the same speed and kind of stuff. I don't know that we really have targets right now, bro. Renov, it so depends on your stage of game, but it's more about tuning. You want Ariel to act in front of the rest of your team, so it also depends on if you're putting him on Nemesis. We'll look at Ancients. I don't know if he has any Ancient re-ups or not, but we also need to look at Despair and other sets first. What I really want to know is if Brandizzle wants me to push on the Vio Will. Like this Will 6 right here, this is not efficient, but the crit rate, crit damage is ideal for an attack rune, and it does have speed and HP. This Vio 1 right here, this can be efficient, more efficient, but it's already synergized. I might have to put in a lot of re-ups. Like this is kind of looking like my account. where to make a rune more efficient than the other runes that it's replacing can take a lot of re-apps. We can't just kind of go through and bing, bing, bing. So a lot of these re-app sessions, we're able to get a whole bunch of crazy runes because we're upgrading bad runes into good ones. But when you start trying to re-app good runes into great ones, that's when you can easily burn 20, 30, 50 re-apps on one rune. That's what happens on my account. Like when I re-app for people on stream and they've got 30 great targets, we make 30 good runes pretty easy with 60 re-apps, 70 re-apps. On my account, I can put 50 re-apps into a rune and it's still not good enough. So that's kind of what I'm worried is going to happen here. I just don't want to burn your re-apps, Brandizzle, so you tell me where you want to go. Well, this rune is not 70%. Keep in mind, I turned off grind value. That's how the rune actually rolled. When you look at the rune once it's grinded and everything, it's closer to 100. So this rune right now is 87, and you'll gain 2, 3, and 2. So you'll gain another 7. This rune's 94%, and this is the best re-app target on your account. So because this rune's not fully grinded, if we add 2, 3, and 2, you're at like a 94% rune. I think this rune, and then this is Vile with no innate, so it's harder to re-app. Base 82 for your account. There it is. Man says it. All right, man says it. I got the permission. All right, so we're gonna pull this back out again. We're gonna come back over here. We're gonna look at this Vile 1 rune. This is straight up in inventory, 15 accuracy. (15 act, 14 speed, gemmed in. What up, Axe? How you doing, bro? Guys, like Shane said, if you're enjoying the stream, please remember to smash the like button. More likes just gets YouTube to recommend the stream to more people. We get more interaction in chat. On these re-app streams, this is where we really, one of the places where we really get a chance to talk a lot more and answer a lot of questions. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, that was a good choice to re-app that. That was a good re-app right there. Okay, that gets the attack. Bro. All right, you're going to regen the attack, obviously, but let's just put this in right now. Hey, Studley, I really appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. I want to do this, bro. I want to do this. All right. So, I mean, this is 3 off max, this is 2 off max, this is 2 off max, this is going here. I'm not even asking for permission because this rune just is... Oh, that's dirty. Oh, man, that's nice. That's nice right there. All right. So, we're not going to grind this because this needs to be regemmed. This needs to be regemmed before you grind it, but that rune is sick, bro. That rune is sick. Is it worth keeping blue grinds and gems? Yes, it absolutely is worth keeping blue grinds and gems, at least for HP, attack, and defense. Speed, I would probably stick to hero gems, because like a 3-speed rune is just not usable. But the blue grinds, if you can grind +6 onto a rune, because you're going to grind and regrind over and over until it hits max, and +6, +7 is pretty close. So the blue grinds you keep until all your runes are grinded. Then you can start going to only hero. All right, so that's I'm still in awe, man. That was a 2 and done, I think. That was 2 and done. That was nice. All right, guys, we haven't paid any bets, and we're still not paying because that was not a that was an efficiency beast, and that was a synergy beast. It wasn't a stat beast. But here's what we're gonna do. Points at actually no. Let's I haven't done this one in a while. I'm not above buying your love, right? We have 82 people on stream, 42 likes. If we get to whoa, that's not supposed to display there. All right, let's move this to another window. So we have 82 people on stream, 43 likes. So if we have, let's say if we get to 50 likes in the next 2 minutes, we'll do 500 bonus points to everybody on stream, and then you guys can bet those points on re-apps. What up, Albertney? How you doing, bro? $48. All right, we're close. We need 2 more. And we'll do 500 bonus points. I'm going to reflash the bets again also, just so you guys know, you can bet your stream points on this. There it is. Dies. What's the harm? I think I missed some. Is it worth keeping blue grinds? Oh, what the monsters are. Okay. Alright, 500 points to everybody on stream if you guys want to bet on the re-ups. Now let's see if we can find another target. So, we're going to scroll this down. Brandizzle said 82%. We'll go to 82, so we've got 22 possible ones. This one just rolled into a monster, so we're going to take that out. Next up is the Brandy, a will 6. I mean, Brandy, I'm kind of torn on this one, because I actually really like these stats, but I know you're looking for RTA runes, and the reality is this is not good enough for RTA. I like the stats. I like the crit damage is really hard to get on a slot 6 attack, but this is not an RTA viable rune. So if we're looking for RTA runes, this is our target. It's pretty much that simple. Oh, what do we do with this? 18 crit rate on an attack rune. And it's got speed, and we can gem in the HP because we don't care that much about defense off this slot 6. I think we keep it, bro. I know you're losing a roll, but bro, I mean, you get 1,000 HP here with the grind, right? So that's equal to about 10% HP. And then you gem in some more HP right here, and you're gonna have like 30% HP with 18 crit rate, 14 speed. It's a really solid rune. I think we're done there. We're done there. We don't have a lot of gems, so I don't want to gem this one and then maybe come up with a better re-app later, but that's what I do here. I gem the HP over the flat attack. We're going to go ahead and grind this one just so that you know where it goes. Dude, near max roll on that too. We can grind this too. Yeah, and just gem the HP in right here, bro. That's a solid rune. It's not an OP rune by any means, but that is a very solid rune. Alright, next up we have a Ciara Bio 3. This one's actually not a very good rune. This is a solid re-app target. We're not even stretching on this one. That's this rune right here. It's only double grinded. The crit rate's a min roll. This is a real solid rune right here. A real solid re-app target right here. And it's done. Oh, it's not done. Is it done? I don't know. Maybe it's done. Maybe it's not. Whew. 18 speed. I mean, we put in the HP here. The 0 defense does hurt a little bit, but bro, 15 speed, 21 AC. That's like really hard rolls to get together. We give up a little efficiency, but that's just too unique of a rune. That's another one. I think like we're done. So I'm gonna program this one into the optimizer and just kind of show you where the efficiency is at. Guys, it's without the parentheses. So you type like bet 1 300, for example, like the way I just typed it into chat, but without the parentheses. Playton, thoughts on Chi-Wu? Pulled him the other day. Swift Will or Despair? Also, how fast is reasonable? So Playton, if you're going to use him anywhere on offense, like arena offense, I would use him not as your turn 1. So for example, I would put my fastest Swift set on Bastet, and then use Chi-Wu to give me a speed lead and a strip, as one example. In that case, I would have Chi-Wu on really fast Despair. If you're going to use him on RTA, he needs to be on really fast Swift, basically. He doesn't have a whole lot of place in the game. Honestly, he's mostly just an RTA strip speed lead. You can, if you lack other better options, you can use him for arena offense. I would generally not use him in any kind of siege content because his kit just doesn't do enough. But he can work for arena offense. He can work for fighter or maybe C1, but definitely fighter arena defenses as well. But I wouldn't use him in Siege. He's maybe also like in Conqueror Siege, you could use him on Siege defense. So I don't know what stage of game you're in. But once you get to Guardian, or especially if you're in the top 1,000, which is because G1 goes from like rank 100 to 2,000. But in the top 1,000 Guardian guilds, he's not going to do enough on Siege defense. Somewhere in that range. range. Not an exact science, but kind of like in that range. Alright, so this is what this rune would look like now. We're going to gem in the HP, and then that accuracy turned into 5 crit rate. So this rune rolled out at still 77. Did I set this up wrong? 15 speed, 21 ac, 5 crit, 5 res. This should be a lot higher than 77. Huh. This should have been mid 80s. Oh, it's a 9 HP. There we go. 15 speed. So you're 3 off max there, you're 3 off max there, you're 1 off max there. 9 HP. Yeah, this is higher than 77. This is rolled out higher than 77. I'm saying that. I did something wrong here. Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. It's because of the way the options were configured. Okay. Yeah, there you go. This is rolled out at 86. This is rolled out at 86. It's because it was still reading the grinds as part of the formula. So if this is rolled out at 86, you put 2 hero grinds on it, you're at 100% rune, and it's a monster rune because it's 19 speed, 21 ac. So we are done with that one. We're going to go ahead and lock that one and move on to the next target. Can I talk about Miles, why he's good, what comps he's good with and against? So Justin, Miles is good because you get to play him turn 1. He provides, it's single target CC, but he provides CC, and at the same time he does stupid high damage because he ignores defense in relation to his speed, and then he has a passive that makes him faster. So you can build him as a bruiser that does stupid high damage, and he's a fast bruiser, so he's hard to outspeed, and more important, he keeps people guessing. Even if he's not super high speed, they can't trust for sure that he's not when they attack him on a siege defense. So Triana Carcano Miles is actually a pretty strong siege defense. It obviously works better if it's stacked, but it's still a strong defense. I don't have him, so I can't really give you any good offensive comps, but I can tell you he's strong in RTA, he's strong on siege defense. I believe he'd be pretty good on siege offense with good runes, and he's just an awesome bruiser. Alright, next up we've got Ciara Vio 6. Man, Ciara needed some love, huh? Oh, that's actually really ugly. Okay, that's a nice target. And I get that it has some speed on it, but man, speed with no other stats is not good for high level RTA. Brandizzle's at the point of the game where the empty speed runes are not going to work for him. 20 accuracy is nice. The 20 accuracy is nice, but... Alright, so this is basically same speed. It's 2 speed lower, but you get back there with a grind. We trade the 20 accuracy for 11 crit rate. We trade this crap for 8 attack, and we gem in the defense. It's triple grindable. Not super efficient, but it's already better. We're going to try this a little bit more because I don't want to gem out the roll if we can... Uh-oh. Oh, that looks so promising. Single roll is just screaming it's going to do something for us, but it didn't. In this case, we could gem the speed over the flat defense, but I like this side more. This side is technically more efficient. This side is technically more efficient, but this side is better. Once you gem in the defense here and then you triple grind, this side will finish up better. Alright, so this is number 3. Quad roll. That's actually a double roll or triple. Double or triple. But yeah. That one's not a win. So Shane, I would never use how a monster is ruined as a determining factor because you can move monsters. I mean, you could swap Juno and Praha's runes. Straight up, or you could just improve Juno's build. I mean, honestly, you should be rebuilding all of your account. Like, Probably. I used to completely rebuild my account from the ground up every single month. I'm not even kidding. Every FRR was a 14-hour day for me. I would rebuild everything and shift all my crap runes up onto my all my good runes up onto my best monsters, and then kind of trickle down the crap runes. And then the runes that fell off of those monsters I could sell because they were like 2-year-old runes or 6-month-old runes or whatever, and they were bad runes. So yeah, never consider the runes that are on a monster. As far as between Juno and Praha, Juno is much better in RTA. Praha is good, but Juno is way better in RTA. If your focus is Siege, then Praha is going to be a little bit better. Juno is still good in Siege, but Praha just works a little bit more often because she gives you a controlled sustain, where Juno, you can't really control the sustain. If Juno doesn't get debuffed, then you don't get sustain. So if the focus is RTA, I would do Juno. If the focus is Siege, I would do Praha. All right, where are we at now? So yeah, we've done 3 on this rune, so we can do 2 more. Wow, that's a triple. That's a 22 triple. Man, that's such a terrible triple. And we give up the speed. You know what? I mean, this rune technically way more efficient. You can gem 9 crit rate back in here. It's way more efficient, but I like this side more. Trendy, you can use Juno into a Nephthys siege defense also. Yeah, I mean, this side, technically, if efficiency were king, we'd keep the right, because this side is way more efficient. But the problem with this side is all of this defense screams support, but most supports need speed. So this rune is basically only useful for Triana or Harmonia. Maybe a Lulu. This side is way more flexible because it works for a bruiser. So you can use this on a lot more monsters. And so we're going to go with the left side, even though we're giving up efficiency, because it's just better synergy. The 11 crit rate is just, it makes this rune really useful. And that's it. That's our 5. So we're going to stop there. The rune definitely improved. It's not a monster, but it definitely improved. And we're going to go on to the next rune, because I don't want to put more than 5 into any one rune. Nice, Shane. Congratulations. It is okay to, because I know the Oracle S1 is only damage. And so a lot of times it is okay not to devil the skill 1 when it's only damage, but just keep in mind that the higher you move up into RTA, every skill up can matter. The next time your Juno leaves somebody alive with 1 HP and you lose as a result, you're going to know it's because of that devil. Now, at this point, if you're struggling to devil up more monsters, and especially if you're free to play, then it's totally fine to leave the S1 alone. So I'm not telling you to devil it, just telling you not to forget about it forever. Because down the road, as you progress in RTA, if you do want to use Juno in RTA, you know, everything you want to use in RTA should be fully deviled if and when you're able to. Does bruiser mobs need to be speedy? Subas, they do not. I actually run HP slot 2 on a majority of my bruisers. HP or attack, depending on the monster. Of course, I have fast runes, so when I run HP slot 2, I'm still running at 220 to 240. But I'm not running it like 270, which I could do, but for me, I don't feel the need to. So you want to adjust that for stage of game also. If I'm playing in G2 RTA, for example, most of the people I'm facing are running 270. So if I'm running 240, 250, I'm consistently taking turn 2, and I'm 20, 30 speed slower than them. I've run actually an RTA as slow as 220 before at G2, where I'm running like 40, 50 speed slower. But I'm not going to run 100 speed slower and let them lapse. So you can run slower than whatever you're facing. If the people you're facing are 220 speed, then you can run at like 180 to 200, but you can't run at like 120. You can run slower, but you can't let them lap you. I actually could show you an RTA replay. I literally lost because I put the enemy to 1 HP like 3 times and couldn't finish the kill. Now all my runes were maxed and all my skill ups were there, but you could argue maybe if I had one more legend attack grind on one rune, that would have been the difference in that match, and that just happened like 5 matches ago. But at the same time, like I have everything deviled, I have everything, like I've got everything in there. I just couldn't get the kill. But those stick with you when you lose by 1 HP. Those stick with you. All right, let's see the Triana HP 4. So we're done with the we're done with the Ciara rune. I don't want to mess with that one again. Yeah, Remy, I would say 20 to 30 speed slower is a pretty fair assessment, especially if you can run a speed buff. So, like Vigor, for example. If you're like 20 speed slower than the opponent and you have a speed buff in there with your Vigor, you'll wind up lapping them and taking 8 turns in a row, which can be really powerful as long as you're tanky enough to survive. But if you get down like 50, 60 speed slower, then the opponent will start to lap you and start to take more turns than you. It's okay to take turn 2 as long as the opponent takes turn 3 and you take turn 4. But if you take turn 2 and the opponent takes turns 3 and 4, you're going to lose. So that's kind of the balance. I just explained violent procs, didn't I? That's just the story of violent procs, right? That's what violent procs are. That has nothing to do with speed. The opponent takes turn 1, you take turn 2, and then the opponent takes turns 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, because that's what violent does. Anyway, all right, I'm losing focus here. So, Vio 4, is that a +1 grind? Is that seriously a +1 speed grind on that rune? I've got to go see this. I got to go see this rune. Typical EHP, so Justin, obviously it's going to vary based on monster and rank. My typical EHP is 190 to 220, but I'll run a little bit lower on, for example, a Xingzei like the Wind Monkey King, or I'll run a little bit lower on a Tessarian because they have built-in effective HP reductions, right? And then it also depends, like my Fang is 330, 350, something like that. My Fang is crazy high because he doesn't need crit rate or crit damage for the most part. I'm just trolling you, Brandizzle, because we're talking about how OP your runes are and how we can't find a single target. So I had to troll you a little bit, bro. Alright, so this rune actually is pretty solid. When I look at it in the game, when I look at it in the optimizer, it's kind of not so much, but I don't see how we re-up this one. I know you said 82%, but this is just solid, bro. Like, because you can regen this attack, right? This is already an OP rune. I mean, no, it's not OP, but it's really good. So, you know, you would bring the speed up to 13, you would regen the attack, and you get 16 off the attack. You would regrind the HP, you get 15 there. And by the time you're done, you're looking at a... $97. 97, that's it. Alright, maybe I stand corrected. Alright, maybe it's not as good as I first thought. I just like the 15 crit rate. Crit rate's so hard to get on crit damage runes. You get crit rate and speed and attack together. That's like the dream. That's what we're re-apping for, is to get those 3 stats. But it is missing at least a roll. It is missing at least a roll. I guess we can hit it and see what we get. Fire Monkey for RTA Bruiser style. So Subis, let me jump over to my account real quick. Now I don't have Fire Monkey built for RTA, so my stats on him are a little bit lower in game. But if I were to build him in RTA, I'd basically use the same stats. I'd make his runes a little bit more efficient, maybe, because he'd be on my better runes. But whoops, why can't I test? There it is. Test. Okay. Not that one. This one. So this is the build I have for him, and this is very similar to what I would go for in RTA. I would get him more attack, like to make as far as like. Because I said I would make his runes more efficient, so I would either get him on crit damage with about the same stats, or I would give him more attack. I'd also obviously have him about 40 speed faster, but that's just speed tuning for my purposes. So really his speed only matters that he's tuned in relation to your other monsters. He should act behind your strippers and in front of your bigger damage dealers because of the skill 2 defense break. But this is pretty much the direction that I would go with him. Jason, let me see if I can put you in guild battle. We're maxed. I don't have anybody I can take out. So it has to be at the end of the week unless somebody wants to drop a spot. Yeah, that feels a little low on the EHP there, guys. Because he needs time. He needs time to stack his. He needs time to stack his resistance and his other stuff. I feel like 170, 180 is his minimum, even with the passive. But I mean, it might have worked if it worked for you. That's just kind of where I would go. I'm not sure I agree with the speed at all. I don't think he needs a ton of... Well, I guess speed in relation, because to me, plus 140, I wouldn't call that a ton of speed either. Plus 140 is just like a speed slot 2 and 20 speed per rune. But I do feel like the EHP number there is should be closer to 170. Alright, so we are back to... Swap. We didn't need to be on swap. We needed to be here. That's the wrong... That's my account. There we go. We're back on Brandizzle's account. So Jason, you got to remind me, because I don't think it'll let me. You got to remind me on Sunday, or remind one of us on Sunday, and we'll put you back in. All right, here we go. First up, that's trash. We're gonna pretend that didn't happen, and we're gonna say second up. Here we go. Yeah, see, this is the concern with re-upping runes that are already pretty decent. Uh-oh. Oh, gotta take it. That's a triple. You're missing 5 and you're missing 3, but it's quad grindable, efficiency off the charts, or you gem in the crit rate because we already have the attack. You could run it as a 0 speed rune with crit rate and put it on a high base speed monster, or you could just gem in the speed and just run it as an efficiency beast. But quad grindable or triple grindable with crit rate, that's actually... I'm less excited because the triple's in defense on a slot 4 rune, so this is like, the use case here is basically Tyrannus or Velajul, because both of them can take really slow runes. So I would probably consider putting the crit rate here and running this on a Tyrannus or a Vela in a crit damage build. I think they would be a lot of fun. I don't think they need it, to be honest. I don't think they need it, but I think it would be a lot of fun to watch your Tyrannus do 40, 50k damage. So that's probably where I would go with this rune. You could also put it on a monster that awakens into crit rate. I can't think of any violent ones off the top of my head, but there are plenty of violent monsters that do awaken into crit rate. So in that case, you would gem in the speed and put it on a monster that awakens into crit rate. 0 crit rate on the slot 4. If you're running crit damage with a crit damage rune with 0 crit rate, it's really hard to get the crit rate you need through subs because you're looking at like 15 crit rate per rune on the rest of your set. Which mob do I think is a big glass cannon? Daphnis. First one that comes to mind, but Wind Ryu would be there as well. Alright, so that rune is out of play. Let's come back over to the optimizer here. Garo's not a glass cannon because of his passive. A glass cannon is something that dies easily. Garo's actually, I mean, you wouldn't call him a bruiser, but, and in the current meta, there's so many multi-hitters, he's hard to use. But Garo is, he does have death prevention built in. Yeah, Lucian, Julie, yeah, Julie's so on the fringe of the meta, but yeah, Julie is definitely a glass cannon. She just needs more setup. Teshar is just... Teshar doesn't deserve to ever be typed, man. You wasted your energy typing his name, bro. Oh, that's the wrong screen. Alright, that's fair. You do ruin him like a grass. You do ruin him like a glass cannon. That is fair. That is fair. Alright, next up we got the Triana 2 HP, 16 speed. This is gemmable. Once you gem it, the efficiency is there. So it's just lacking the gem, but once you turn this into attack percent, it's already rolled over 82. So that one's fine. This Vigor 1 right here. Vigor 1, triple grindable, 16 speed with crit rate. This is a low gem on the HP. When you regem the HP, this is also over 82, and it's really well synergized. This is also a low gem right here on the HP. The gem is only a 7. So if you gem it out to 11, it goes up to 82, and it's also well synergized. So I don't think we do this one either. Somebody actually is trying to do a Jemire Tableau Teshar. What do they do? Tableau, how do you, it would have to be like, who strips into defense break? Just Chung, Gemini. I guess you could run a fast Gemini but use the Tableau lead, right? Because you would need defense break, you would need I don't know how you would make that work. I think you're trolling me. I think you're trolling me. I mean, I get how you could make it work. I don't know that you could make it work better than other teams. No, man, it's good. It's actually good that you're... I mean, don't get me wrong, Brandizzle. If I didn't care, I could slam out 60 re-apps real quick. I want to make sure I'm using them responsibly on your account. That's the only thing. It's not a hard re-app stream. It's just making sure we're using them responsibly. Now, I do like this Vio one because it is only triple grindable. I think that if you regemmed it, it's pretty close to 82%, but the ceiling on it is low. It would certainly catch you off guard, but... Alright, so this one is inventory, so that's this one right here. 28 attack is actually not that amazing on a crit rate rune because this is usually run on a bruiser as well. So you'd want higher HP, we'd want higher speed, we'd want quad grindable. So this rune actually has a lot of room. This rune just... Wow! Dude! Dude! See, this is why I can't re-app runes on your account, man. I want this rune on my account. I don't have words anymore. I want this rune on my account, man. Why does this happen on your account and not on my account? I literally lost my words there. Jeez. Dude, this thing is nice. This thing is really, really, really nice. Okay, the grind sucked. I'm not gonna lie, the grind sucked, but I don't care because it's the re-app that matters, man. This thing is busted. Dude, this is the dream rune right here. This is the dream rune right here. How would I use a Ludia on arena offense? Yeah, I'll trade a bad grind for the best rune on your account in one re-app every day, all day. I'll trade 5 violent grinds for the best rune on my account in a single re-app. Especially with no freaking innate. I mean, we did that with no innate and we pulled quad grindable with the exact perfect stat mix. Lee, this is for any and every bruiser. This rune is amazing on everything from Ritesh to Vigor. Every monster that scales off HP. This is like the meta rune right now. So in the meta, like the meta in the game right now, because you can pull so much crit damage from artifacts, and because there's so many monsters that do damage that scale to HP, crit rate runes tend to be more valuable than crit damage runes. They're also more efficient on a per roll basis because you can grind 4 stats instead of 3, so you can get more stats on them. And so this is just like the dream rune. Seriously, I want this rune on my account. I'm not even like, that's not like me talking upstream or anything. This would be in my RTA team. This would be in my RTA team right now. If I re-up this on my account, I would put it on a monster like right now. So, yeah. Dude, huge grats on that, man. Like, if we get nothing else out of this re-up session, that's probably all we needed. For 60 re-ups, that's all you can ask for. All right, let's come back over here and do it again now. What up, Tariq? How you doing, bro? I would think it's Hotshot's account with that re-up luck, but no, this is Brandizzle's account, man. Yeah, so Lee, if you think about it like this, if you put crit rate on, let's say, a slot 5, you're losing a potential grindable stat because crit rate's not grindable. So you're losing an entire roll off your slot 5 from where you could grind that stat. If you put crit rate on your slot 4, you're losing an entire roll. So that's 2 rolls from your entire build. And then just on the basis of the rune, so crit damage rolls from 4 to 7, right? So it's a little over 11 rolls to get 80 crit damage. Crit rate rolls from 4 to 6, so it's a little under 10 rolls to get 58 crit rate, which means that the actual base stat on the crit damage rune is more efficient. But crit damage has diminishing efficiency if you don't have 100 crit rate, because every time you don't crit, all of that crit damage goes to waste. Like, the crit damage is not a stat on your monster if you don't crit. So in order to take advantage of it, you have to get 100 crit rate through subs, which means that you have to give up other rolls. So you're able to build your monster with more overall stats when you use a crit rate rune. Now that doesn't matter for a monster like Lucian, who doesn't need more overall stats. Lucian wants your best crit damage rune, and Julie wants your best crit damage rune, and so does Daphnis and Winryu and the glass cannon monsters we talked about earlier. But in this current meta, which is a bruiser meta, a monster like Vigor, he does great on crit damage. He hits hard on crit damage, but he hits almost as hard on crit rate, and he has 10,000 more HP. So now you have a monster that does maybe 8,000 a hit instead of 10 because you're getting crit damage through your artifacts and you're getting more HP through substats, and part of his damage formula is HP. So you have him hitting for 8,000 instead of 10, but he has 10,000 more HP. So in the bruiser meta, crit rate runes are all the vogue. Alright, let's see. So we got a Vile 4 HP, 18 speed, unrolled, and that's gemmable. So we're not going to hit that one. We got a Vile 5 on your Jansen. It's not rolled out, and I don't like re-apping Vile 5 no innate anyway, so we're going to leave that one be. Take another look here at the unlocked runes. Xingzhe slot 4 crit rate rune. This one actually is another nice target. Oh, I'm glad I was able to help, Lee. Glad I was able to help. And keep in mind, too, this is a shift that occurred after artifacts, so it's not like something that you were missing out on. It's more like over the last year, crit rate runes have had progressively more value. I did a video on it a long time ago. Like, crit rate, accuracy, and resistance runes all have up... Brandizzle, man, you know it's very much appreciated, and don't sweat it, man. When you can, you can. It's always appreciated, not expected. Alright, here we go. So we got the next crit rate rune. And yeah, Lee, so think about accuracy and resistance runes in very much the same light. I run monsters actually a lot of times on speed, crit rate, accuracy, and I get ridiculous stats because the runes are quad grinding. And so that's how I get so many stats on my monsters. I run speed, crit rate, accuracy, and I'm taking, or I might even run like HP, crit rate, accuracy, whatever, but I run crit rate slot 4, accuracy slot 6, and because they're quad grindable, the monsters look like they have HP runes and all that good stuff, but I'm making up the inefficient stats from the main stat, and I'm getting more of the efficient stats from the substats. But you can mostly make that work because of artifacts. Because then I'll pull another 30 crit damage from the artifacts as well, or whatever the number is. Or additional damage, or something, you know, something so that the monster still hits hard enough. Alright, yeah, this is definitely our next target. 19 speed's nice, but this is a crit rate rune. Oh, did we do it twice? Sort of. This one not as OP. This one definitely not as OP. It is an upgrade. We lost all the speed, we're gonna hit it again. It is technically quad grindable, but it's just missing too many rolls. Yeah. Dude, that's awesome, Studley. By the way, nice name. I'm not going to say the whole thing, but nice name, bro. Yeah, Brandizzle's a genuinely good guy, man. I believe he's been helping you out a lot. Alright, let's see here. This is number 5, but I feel like we got to go a little further on this one. Or do we? Or do we? No longer quad grindable, but we make up the worth. Make up the missing stats here. That's 32 versus 31. Then 13, we get 9 here. Yeah, this is better. Still not great, but at least you can gem the speed in without losing the roll. Oh, bro, that's awesome, man. So real life friends then. That's awesome, man. Ty, is it worth it to re-up a Swift rune since we're only looking for speed there? What I would say, Ty, is that if you are a turn 1 player, then it becomes worth speed chasing because the rest of the stats don't matter as much. If you are a turn 2 player or a player who plays both ways, then you should only re-up Swift runes if you spend money on the game. And it's okay if you're free to play, it's okay if you spend, but if you spend money and you buy re-apps, then eventually you'll have extra targets. But if you don't spend any money and you're limited to the 15 to 20 re-apps a month you get, as long as you're doing your farming, you'll probably never catch up with your violent and your will targets. And those runes are generally more important because they matter for siege defense, arena defense, all that stuff. So if you're free to play and you're not a pure turn 1 player, you probably should not re-up Swift. But if you spend money or you're a pure turn 1 player, then you should. That'd be kind of my answer there. All right, we're going to go a little further on this. This is efficient, but still not great. See, this is pretty. This is pretty, but it doesn't really fit the meta. And honestly, you can re-app 10 speed on with a good roll. So the left side is faster and more efficient. Alright, this may be the best we're getting. We're going to do 2 more. I know I went past the limit, but we don't have a lot of targets, and this is a super useful rune, potentially a super useful rune if it hits. Unfortunately, this is what it looks like on my account a lot of the times. This was the danger I warned about, trying to get a good rune to be better. And that still doesn't fit. So, we're going to save this as a potential target to come back, but the one thing I don't want to do is put 30 re-apps into one rune for you, and then not... at least not have checked for other targets, because we haven't even looked at Despair Swift yet. So we're going to leave that rune unlocked for right now. We're going to take a look like this 22 speed rune. This just, ooh, that's kind of rough, man. But 22 speed HP, this rune will play on like a Lulu, because it has HP defense resistance. Lulu doesn't need anything else. The crit rate's okay there too. So that rune's fine. We still have 39 entries, but I didn't bring it down to 82, did I? No. Here we go. So John, one thing to remember, bro, is efficiency is a great way to evaluate how many stats are on a rune, but that's not the only thing that matters. It is a lot of times the most important thing. If the rune's going on a bruiser, then how many stats that bruiser has will usually determine how good the build is. But if the stats make sense in relation to each other and in relation to the rune set also matters. So for example, you might have a freaking 72% rage rune, but it's 72% because you have like a double roll into crit damage, a roll into crit rate, and then like a double roll into flat attack or something. And that's an amazing rage rune. We don't care about speed. We don't care about HP, defense, any of that stuff on rage. All we care about is offense. So it's amazing for your Lucian. Same thing for Fatal. Like, we don't care about most of those other stats. But your Violent and your Will, we kind of care about all of it. Like, you don't put Will runes on a monster that's never going to be hit, right? So if a Will rune has no HP or defense, then why bother using it as a will rune? Because the whole reason for using will is because you expect that monster to get hit, kind of thing. So generally speaking, if your runes range from 70 to 110 right now, as long as you're remembering to also look for synergy and rune set, you should be looking for 71, bro. That's it. Like, you should always be trying to just make your worst rune better. So if you get a 71% rune tomorrow, you sell the 70% and you're stronger. And then the next day you're looking for 72, and the next day you're looking for 73. It doesn't have to be going straight from Fighter 1 to G3 overnight. It's a series of steps, and as long as you're consistently farming and continually making your worst rune better, and then just kind of cycling the new good runes onto your top monsters and cycling everything down and putting the crap out, you'll continually get stronger, and then the stronger you get, the faster you progress from there. That's what I did on my own account. Like literally, that's exactly how I did it on my own account, which is why it's what I recommend. It's not the most efficient use of mana. That's why I'm always broke on mana. I'm probably the only streamer in the game who never freaking has mana. I can't make videos because I don't have mana half the time. But it's also how I was able to make it to G3 in a year and a half. Because I just constantly tried to improve in little bits. Can I showcase my Mimir? I mean, I'll showcase him, Tariq, but keep in mind that I haven't used him in a long time, and the runes are very, very old. So when I start, I actually am going to be re-runing. I am going to be re-runing my Mimirs now that they got buffed. I just haven't had time or mana. But they will be getting re-runed. So this is where they are from like 2 years ago. This build right here, what he really needs, probably like another 20 speed, and then definitely another like 6k HP, because the Berserk effect now is already going to give me lots of extra damage. I don't need more damage. I just need another 6k HP to make sure that I can survive when I absorb all that HP to turn into a Berserk effect. And then the accuracy, yeah, he's got some accuracy on the artifact. You want at least 50 accuracy, or around there. I'm like 46, but you want at least 50 accuracy on your Mimir. And then this build, it's basically the same as the other one was, right? And it means basically the same things. He needs another 20-30 speed, and he needs another 6k HP, and the rest of the stats are fine. So they just need higher quality runes, but I mean, their stats make sense. They just need better stats. They need more stats. Now that they're back in the meta. Try a team. I can do that after the re-apps for Brandizzle, because Brandizzle's East Coast, so I don't want to stretch this too late and him miss the end of his stream. Using Sword Farm for that right now. Yeah, Sword Farm is helpful, man. I'll tell you, here's one more trick I'll give you guys to use for Sword Farm. Actually, let me find the next target, and then I think this is the next target. Bio 5, no innate. Really bad rune. Really, really bad rune. No innate. I hate doing Bio 5, no innate. I'm going to do one, just because we don't have a lot of stats. Just because we don't have a lot of targets. I'm going to do this rune one time. We either do a one and done, or we leave it alone. But it's such a bad rune. And I feel like we can make this better even with just like an okay re-app. Come on, baby. One time! Oh, we YOLO'd it and we got away with it. Alright. So you're triple grindable either way, but you've got much better stats over here. Now you can slap in either attack or defense, and the rune is better. Oh, rip, guys. Rip, rip, rip. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Okay, so this rune started with 25 defense, 13 HP, 5 speed. The speed was gemmed in, and 5 crit rate. So what we did is we got the speed no longer needing to be gemmed in. This will go to 14 speed, and now we can gem in HP or attack as needed. So the rune has a lot more flexibility because you're not forced to gem in speed. You can change this rune into different usages, and it's also just a little more efficient overall. All right, I found that target quick, but what I was going to say, a trick you can use for Sword Farm, and I don't have it loaded, so I can't show this, but if you go onto Sword Farm and you look at your own monsters, you can check for skill ups. So I do that for my 3 and 4 star monsters. Like, if I can't remember which monsters need skill ups, I'll go onto Sword Farm every now and then, and I just sort them by skill ups needed, and that allows me to... like actually recently, I even noticed, I was like, oh crap, I forgot to put a devil into Riley. I ran Riley and RTA all last season missing the devil. Now it was only a skill 1, but still, that's how I missed it. But there was another Nat 5 also that was missing 1 devil, and it was activation rate, which does matter. So Yeah, go onto Swore Farm, sort by Devils Needed, and you'll be surprised at like what you find, which monsters you forgot needed skill ups that you may have sitting in storage and stuff like that. Let's see here. So, just move this a little bit. Okay. All right, let's come back over here to swap. Go back to unlocked runes again. We've got 9 potential targets left. Let me sort by speed. Anything crazy fast here? This one, actually, I would re-app this. It's an empty speed rune that's under 100 efficiency. I think Brandizzle's made it pretty clear what he wants on efficiency, but it is a 22 speed rune, bro, so just let me know beforehand if this is a target for you. This one right here, I don't think I would not re-app it because you can gem this accuracy into something more useful, and it's 25 speed. That's a lot more useful. It really does, Brandizzle. All right, yeah, empty speed rune. I mean, you play a turn 2 style, especially with the Ongi, and empty speed rune doesn't have the value for you that that it once did. So, and you do have other faster runes, but this rune, it just doesn't, yeah, it's like, when I say empty speed rune, like you guys can see, this is what I mean by an empty speed rune. It literally has 8 HP grinded in. The resistance is nothing. You can't put it on a bruiser, rather you can't put it on a support because it doesn't have enough HP, or on a bruiser. So there's like nowhere to use this rune. That's what an empty speed rune is. This rune, on the other hand, you will find a place for. Not an RTA place. Probably not an RTA place. Not gonna lie, because you're not gonna have the HP, but I think we're building you the hardest hitting Tyrannus on the entire server. You are gonna have just a busted ass Tyrannus with like 30 something defense on the Vio 4 crit damage, and then 14 crit rate, 14 crit damage right here. You're gonna have the best Tyrannus on the server. That's what we're doing, but this rune is a keeper. This rune is a keeper. This is super efficient. You got 2 rolls to crit rate, 1 to defense, 1 to crit damage. It's great for a defense scaling bruiser. You gem in the speed. It's a keeper. It's not exciting, but it's a keeper. So we're gonna go back to swap. That was another one and done. Man, this really is, like, I don't know I've ever had this much trouble using someone's reapps when they only had 60. Yeah, your Tyrannus is gonna look like he's on Rage, but he's on Vio. He's gonna have like 240 crit damage on your Tyrannus or something and still have the other stats. No HP though, he'll have no HP at all. Alright, let's see. So I think we go back to the Zing Zay rune, bro. We let things cool off a little bit. This to me is still probably our premium target right now, in that it's a rune that if we hit on it, it's going to go straight into RTA. Honestly, it probably goes into RTA now. It probably does go into RTA now, but if we can hit it a little bit better, it'll matter. It'll be impactful in RTA. But I'm going to limit it to 3. If we can't get it in 3 more, then I'm just going to stop and not come back to it. That is definitely not it. Alright, last one, and we're giving up on this rune, because all the reapps have gone into this one freaking rune. Alright, the left side's actually better, because you're either going to re-gem speed or gem in speed. So this is a wash, and we have 26 and 42, or we have 32 and 45. Left side is way better. We are done with this rune. We're taking it off our list. We're forgetting that this rune exists, because it doesn't want to cooperate. And all the other runes have cooperated so far. That's the only one that has not wanted to cooperate. All right, let's go back to unlocked. We're gonna go by efficiency. So we have got 6 potential targets left. That's crazy. That's it. The Carcano Bio 6. Attack with speed, HP, crit rate. This rune is too good, bro. I am not re-upping this one. I know you said 80%, but just re-gem the crit rate, and we're at 82. So that one's already a monster. Magnum slot 4 crit damage. This rune sucks. For being a will rune, it can literally only be used on Magnum. It is nice. I mean, this will be the second high crit rate will rune we re-up. That's concerning. I don't know, if you don't have others, I don't know that I'm comfortable re-apping all your will runes with crit rate. 16 and 11. The problem is you can't use this on anybody except Magnum. You also only have 4 will runes. Will crit damage, slot 4 crit damage will runes. No, do you even have 4? You have 3. You have 3. Not even 3 legend, just 3. That's kind of weird in its own right. I gotta leave this one, bro. It's our best target right now, but you only have that one and this one. This is hero. Yeah, this is hero. I feel, well, the hero one, no, the hero one's not better. This has no speed either, though. You know what? This has no speed. You're not going to use this in RTA. It's not possible to use this in RTA. So we're going to hit it one time. All right, now it's looking a little better. So we lost 8 crit rate and we gained 16 speed. You'll gem the HP in, so we lose a roll here. But you lost like 20 rolls here, so that's fine. No, that's actually not true. You had a roll here and 2 here, so you lost 1 roll on the flat there. You lose 1 roll. Actually, you gem in attack over the defense. I mean, the 16 speed, we're keeping it. The question is, are we re-apping it again? Odd question. What record would a siege defense be at for me to say, okay, enough of that, time for me to try something different? 30% after 15 fights, Andrew. So 3 and 12. 3 and 12. I know that's pretty specific. That's, sorry, this is 20%. 4 and 11? 4 and 11, 3 and 12, somewhere around there. I would want it to have 15 fights so that it had a large enough trial size, and I would want it to be 20, 30%, and I'd be like, that's no good. Steve with the super chat says, Brandizzle with the super chat to increase the re-app roll luck. Steve, bro, thank you very much for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it, bro. All right, I feel like I was a fail on that one. Let's try this one more time. Brandizzle with the super chat. Steve, thank you very much for the super chat, man. Seriously appreciate it. On that note, we're going to hit this rune one more time. We got re-apps and we got no targets. Oh, the res is a rip. Bro, if that was crit rate on the bottom right there, that rune would have been so juicy. So juicy. Seriously. Triple flat HP. If this was speed, if this was a triple in the speed, bro. Oh. Alright. We'll do 2 more. The rune we have right now is not terrible. So it's not a terrible rune, but it definitely has room to grow. So we got the 17 crit rate back, but it's worse than the original version. Worse than the original now. Alright. Last one, and we stop right here. Alright, so we go with what we got. We're not going back to that one. I went 1 over the limit already. Yeah, exactly, bro. Might look at mains defense to see if they're solid performers. Yeah, so Andrew, I mean, the biggest things for siege defense are, I've got a video outlined, which I'll be recording in the next week or so on how to build siege defense. So just keep an eye out for that one. The biggest thing is basically making sure that you can't easily be cleaved. I mean, that's like obviously the video is going to outline more points than that, but it all ties back to just make sure you can't be cleaved, because most people just build cleave offenses. You can't always prevent being out bruisered. You can sometimes. You can't always, but you can always prevent being cleaved if you build. Obviously, if you don't have the monsters, you can't. But like when you're theory crafting, you can always think ahead to the cleave teams they're going to use, because it's the same few cleave monsters. It's Poseidon, it's Lucian, to a lesser extent, it's maybe Julie or Zyros. But people just cleave with the same few things that they've been cleaving for 10 years. The bruisers are a lot harder to think ahead on. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh, you're in chill. Okay. All right, never mind then. You know what I'm talking. You're good then. Yeah, exactly, Kyle. Maybe not a dozen, but yeah, exactly. All right, we got 4. I mean, also, Andrew, I was kind of responding to your question, but I'm also giving information for stream in general. So no offense intended there. All right, this one, the Vio 3 right here, this is actually a solid rune. You gem in the defense, it rolled well. That one's solid. This one, the Vio 5 right here, this is not bad either. Actually, you gem out the res. Same deal, man. I hate doing Vio 5. Maybe we give it 1 YOLO. Yeah, I know, Kyle. I know, bro. All right, we're going to do 1 YOLO on this just because we really don't have that many targets. And maybe we get lucky because it's not a great rune. It's not a bad rune. But you haven't done anything with it yet. So we can YOLO it 1 time, and it's a 1 and done. It is not a 1 and done. All right. We'll leave that one alone because honestly, you gem the resistance into defense, and it's a solid rune already. It's not a great rune, but it's a solid one. All right, we got the Amelia Vio 2. Let's go back to swap over here. We got the Amelia Vio 2. This one also, it's an HP rune, so the crit damage is a little less valuable, but gem this crit rate into defense. It's a good rune. This one right here with the 22 res, already a good rune. I know it's slightly below the 82 threshold, but it's just a good rune. It doesn't really make sense to re-up that one for me. What I would actually do is just regem the HP into higher HP, and then you get your higher. Then you'd be at like 84, 86% on the rolls. So that's it, bro. We literally did. We looked at every Vio and will on your account. Despair. Despair may be a little bit more limited here. All right, let's go 84. Let's go actually. Let's go not none and pull this off. Spare 2 attack has no value to re-app. Nobody uses that except maybe on Taurus. So we're not going to touch that. The Spare 2 speed, this one does have value, but bro, this is an awesome rune. This rune is sick. That one's good. This one right here, 5 crit damage. This is an awesome rune. Because remember, we're looking at the efficiency without grinds factored in right now also. Hey Renov, thanks for hanging out on stream, bro. Have a good one, man. Yeah, Kyle. I've said this on other streams, but because I hate stack towers. It takes so much of the strategy and the fun out of this game for me. I mean, it's a strategy game that has 700 monsters, and we build the same 10 counters and defenses over and over. But if you get rid of stacked towers, it would be almost impossible to prevent everybody from going 10-0 in G3 or 9-1. So my solution to that is to give monsters on the defensive side inherent buffs based on the towers. So they get an extra 20-30 speed, which would force everybody to try and bruise it. They get an extra 20% HP. They get extra defense, extra crit rate, whatever. It would need to be mathed out and balanced out by somebody, a better mathematician than I. But the concept right there is solid, and then you just don't allow stacking. You give defenses additional stats so that they don't need the stacking, and then you make us go back to actually playing the game and theory crafting and using elements to manipulate the AI and stuff like that. And yeah, stack tower is not a problem in low G1 for sure. All right, let's see. So next up, we got a Despair one. This one, let's see. 43% attack. I think we're going to leave that one alone. We got this Despair 4 attack. That's not worth re-upping either way. And then we got a Despair 5 with HP innate. I don't even need to look at that one to know it's not worth re-upping. That gives us 5 more possible targets. All right, Despair 1 with garbage, actually. But no, not really, because you can regem this speed and then it's a solid rune. And then we're getting into really high efficient rooms. This one's not a great, actually this is not a great room, but it's slot 5, no innate, so we're not going to hit it. Despair 4 crit rate, this is actually a potentially useful room. Super high efficiency though. Super high efficiency right now. This just needs a defense gem and it's quad grindable. Actually, let's see if you have a defense gem. I'm not going to re-up this rune, I'm just going to make this rune better. Despair 4, crit rate on Praha. Do we have a defense gem? We don't, that's why it's not there. Okay, I figured, but it was worth checking. Alright, we got Juno, slot 6 HP. Monster Rune, not touching that. And we've got Belinus, slot 3 Despair. This one's actually not a very good rune. It's super efficient, but it's not very good. Has no HP. It's not even super efficient. It's just efficient. It's like 102, 103, but it just lacks the synergy. There's no defense scaling bruisers I can think of that use Despair. So generally speaking, you want HP way more than defense. It's slow. The crit damage has less value on Despair as well. It's just actually not a good rune. It looks pretty because of the efficiency, but it's hard to use. It's also literally the only Despair target on your account. So I had to re-up something, so we went with this. Because this was actually the very last one on the account. That was 4 though. That was 4. I'm sticking with the efficient side. This will be it. This is much better. This is much better. Despair units almost always want accuracy and almost always want crit rate. You can re-gem this speed for 10 speed. So we're trading the crit damage that Despair units don't need as much for accuracy that they do. We're doubling our crit rate. We are losing the defense, but the defense matters way less than the HP. We'll at least get 15 HP with a max legend gem, and then we get more speed at the same time. This is a win. It's a win. It's not like... I'm not going to go running out of the room screaming, yay! But this is an absolute win right here. Do we have a speed gem? We got one. Let's get you started. Just the one. Just the one. So you probably want to re-gem that speed. I won't grind it because I think you want to re-gem it a little bit more. But that's a much better rune. Kyle, you could actually just say no more than X amount of units on the total battlefield and no more than X in a tower. So for example, maybe as Siege could only have 10 Carcanos on the entire battlefield and you could only have 1 Carcano per tower. Just throwing out numbers. And we start with 12 bases, right? So you can't have more than 6 Carcanos on the field. Or no more than a third of your towers can have a Carcano. That would actually I like that last one better. Because that would allow, when you're getting beaten, you'd be able to stack more. So, no, then it would have to be, I'm sorry, it would be a flat number. So yeah, like 6 Carcanos on the field. So if you only have 6 bases, you stack Carcanos in all of them. But yeah, you would just limit, I mean, basically that's the idea. You would limit the number of monsters on the battlefield and in one given tower. All right, so let's see here. We have about 20 re-ups left. And we've gone through all of the stuff that's typically good. I don't think there's value in re-upping Rage for you unless you just wanted to flex, and since RTA is a focus, I wouldn't bother. Destroy is not going to do much for you in RTA. A little bit on Siege defense or inner server defense, that's about it. At this point, I think what's left is Swift, which means speed chasing. My personal opinion here is that you're a turn 2 player, and we'd be wasting re-ups if we speed chased. I recommend we save the 19 re-ups that are left until you get a better target. Plan B would be go back to the Zingzay slot 4 and maybe put a few more in there. And plan C would be Speed Chase. So I'll let you pick between the three. We can save and do a little RTA. Do some more re-ups later. We can Speed Chase, or we can go back to that Zingzay slot 4 crit rate. I think there was also the slot 4 crit damage, the Will one I didn't love. Okay, Brandizzle says Zingzay, so there it is. Will 3 I wanted to hit. Alright, I was trying to cycle out, but they're all dead. I need to do a quick refill here. Okay, so it was a Will 4. It was the Will 4 crit damage rune I wasn't super enthusiastic about. Did I quit Twitch or just... Yeah, so Thirsty, I only did... Oh, really? We're going to drop the tank now? I only did Twitch for about a month, and ultimately Twitch requires that you stream 3 times a week. You don't have to stream for big amounts of time, but you have to stream 3 times a week in order to make partner. And if I committed that much time to Twitch, it was going to be too hard for me to also do videos, and then I was falling out of the YouTube algorithm. So this is not a full-time job for me. Many hours as I put in it. Despite the number of hours I put in, this is not my primary source of income. And I just wasn't able to do as much. I just wasn't able to commit as much time as it took to do both Twitch and YouTube. So I still have a Twitch account, but I won't stream on Twitch in the foreseeable future, probably. All right, let's see here. All right, here we go. Can we make this rune equal to the other crit rate rune? One more time with a beast. Start with 18 speed and follow up with that crap. But I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, Thirsty. Glad you found the stream on YouTube also, bro. So Kyle, the other thing is I do think there should be some scaling on the limitations for G1 through G3. So I don't think, for example, that the defense bonuses should be as big on G1, well actually through C1 through G3. I think the defense bonuses get bigger as you go. It should be scaled to level of siege. Keep that in mind also. All right, one more try. Come on, baby. Let's do this one already. I feel like this rune, the reason I stopped on this before, I feel like this rune will literally take all of our re-ups and never pop. Sometimes there's just runes that do that. And this is, yeah, see, I mean, if I gem in the speed here, it's double grindable. This is still better right here. Crit damage is really nice. Accuracy is nice. But there's no HP. So you either have to go no speed or no HP. It doesn't fit. See, I can't tell you guys how many times on my own account I've gone through this where you drop 50 re-ups into one rune and it just never pops. This is it, yeah. We're done with, this is usable the way it is, bro, and we put like a quarter of all your re-ups into this rune. Some runes, I swear, come to us like puts a piece of code in that says this rune will never improve. That's just like, there are just some runes in the game that feel like that. And obviously it's not true, but sometimes it just kind of feels like that. Alright, so I think there was that Will 4. We will try the Will 4 crit damage one a couple more times. Not this one. This one, yeah. We'll give this one, we've got 14 here. We'll give this one 3 tries. I'm going to go back to the crit rune and give it 1 try. And then we're going to speed chase with the last 10. That's what we're going to do. So that was try number 1 right there. It's going to be try number 2. Is this one going to do it? Wow. This rune is just addicted to accuracy. This rune is just addicted to accuracy. No, Kyle, so remember, I said each base would have a different bonus. So Lucian would not be non-viable because on the bases where defenses have on the bases where it's a defense bonus, Lucian is still viable. On the bases where it's a speed bonus, you're going to have to Bruiser. Each base would have a different defense, would have a different bonus. Some would be accuracy, some would be resistance, some would be HP, defense, all the meta stats, right? So it's a different bonus in every base, and part of the strategy would be putting the right defenses with the right base, or even building defenses to benefit from those bases. And at the same time, it doesn't eliminate any of the current meta offenses because you would just have to use them in the right base at the right time. Good monsters. Rip. Okay, yeah. This one ain't gonna do it. This one ain't gonna do it. Last try, we're gonna give one more try to Zingzay here. Bro, this is it. You are gonna do it this time. Come on, baby. Come on. No, you're not gonna do it. Huh. Well, that's interesting. We're clearly taking the 21 speed. We're clearly taking the 21 speed. Why has it gotta have resistance on it? Why does it gotta have resistance on it? I don't know. I don't know where you use this. Maybe with a Savannah. Something that awakens into resistance. You would use this on a monster that awakens into resistance because you could pull more resistance through the innates. You can gem you gem in the defense here, right? Tessarian, yeah, there you go. Tessarian, actually, that's a great call, Kyle. Tessarian. This is built for a Tessarian. That's very true. That's very true. Yeah, awesome for Tessarian. Tiana wouldn't be on violent, but did I read the first 3 words of your question? No, I actually didn't see it, Jason. I'm on live chat, yeah. Let's see. What are good monster used with Fang on Siege defense? Oh, I have Vela, Tyrannus, Amelia, etc. Okay, so then Fang, Vela, Tyrannus, bro. Single best team in the game. Single best team in the game, Fang, Vela, Tyrannus. Alright, so we will clearly grind this. Oh, you don't have. Okay. I'm sorry, bro. I was busy re-apping a 21 speed rune. I don't know what to say. I was occupied with the re-app here. Okay, so we don't have the gem yet, but obviously you're gonna throw defense onto it. Actually, you might throw, if it's Tessarian, you're gonna throw attack onto it. I take it back. If this goes on Tessarian, you're gonna gem and attack. I mean, this is really built for Tessa. It would work for Praha as well. Absolutely would work for Praha as well. But Tessa's a siege defense monster. Praha really only works on one meta siege defense, which is Praha, Tyrannus, Carcano. Tessa works on a lot of them. So Tessa definitely, I mean, yeah, there you go. I mean, Tessa's sitting right next door. This is a huge upgrade. All right, it paid off in the end. Paid off in the end. It's also efficient beyond belief. Well, okay, no, this rune is efficient beyond belief. This was the dream rune right there, but where'd it go? It's on Zingzay. Honestly, bro, this is actually a really good Zingzay rune too, because I run Zingzay on resistance. That's, now that I think about it, this is actually a really good Zingzay rune. He would like more stats, because he doesn't need the speed as much, but this still does synergize with him. So yeah, this is a really solid rune, and then this is a max roll. This is 3 off max. This was 2 off max. This is like 15%, 115% rune when you're done with it. Not everything, but I run monsters that are designed to live for a very long time. I do run them on resistance. Fang, Zingzay, those types of things. Tessa. Yeah, monsters that live for a long time. They have damage reduction or they're built with scaling. I run a lot of them on resistance. Yeah. All right, that was solid, bro. That was the two big. Honestly, the 2 biggest winners were the 2 crit rate runes, and that's like that right there is a whole set. Not that one. These 2 sitting by each other. These are the 2 big winners right there. All right, we got 10 re-apps left. I'm glad I went back for that one last. Like literally, I was on another rune. I was like, I'm gonna go. All right, you know what? Let's go back for that one last on the crit damage rune that wouldn't pop. Maybe it's ready to pop. If that one could pop, maybe this one could pop. Because I like this more than speed chasing. It's crit rate. Yeah, no, this one's way better. All right, this rune ain't gonna do it. Okay, sorry, Jason. Do you have Meihu Wang and Aaliyah? Or do you have just Aaliyah? Fang will run Fang, you can also run Fang Olivia Dozer or Fang Emma Dozer. So basically anything that gives a defense buff. Just like literally, I know you have the other two I just mentioned. So you literally just go to Monster Collection Search and look for increased defense. And Fang can be run with basically everything here. And then just throw in a Dozer. So not everything though. Like this, Iona only gives the defense buff on her revive. If you have Artemil, he should be. I know you don't, but if you have Artemil, he should be in his own team. You don't waste two of the best monsters in the game on one team together. But most of the stuff here will work, preferably if you get immunity. So that's why I said Emma. I really like Emma right here. You don't get immunity, but you get shield. I'm sorry. Who was I thinking about? Well, it's Aaliyah. Aaliyah gives you immunity and constant defense buff. Emma gives you defense buff plus shield. And Olivia's got the cleanse as well. So Olivia, Emma, both really good fits as 4 stars. Technically, he gives you a defense buff. You could technically run him in Bulldozer, but it's not where I would go because then you lack sustain. What's my average efficiency on my RTA units? If you want, Tyler, ask me that question in 10 reaps, and I'll be happy to show you my JSON while I got to reload it back into the optimizer, but it's about 108, 110. It depends on how fast I'm running. So generally speaking, the faster I run, you're trading speed for efficiency. So when I run around 270, my efficiency is usually around 106. If I run around 250, my efficiency is around 110. And it's just because too many fast runes don't necessarily wind up being perfect runes. So if you've got to put 5 or, well, not 6, but if you got to put 5 really fast runes on a monster, you probably have 1 or 2 that are not as good as the others. Especially when you're doing that for 40 monsters. Alright, so we're going to speed chase with the last 8. Let's come back over here to the optimizer. We'll take a quick look at what we've got for Swift. We're going to program this back in. It's in this case, we're speed chasing. We have got 33 legend, no innate. Wow. You farmed a lot of Swift apparently, so let's narrow this down further to no attack or HP. I will consider defense if we need to. We don't need to. We got 25 still. Okay, so we're also going to go no defense. Oh, I unchecked legend. That's why. Alright, we got 11 entries. Let's go not speed 2. Actually, you know what? Let's look for speed runes first. This is the only speed rune. It's on your Tiana. For a Swift rune, that's actually really nice. A Swift rune, even though it has crap efficiency, that's really, really nice for a Swift rune. We don't want to mess with that. We won't make that better. So we're going to go not speed, and we're also going to go not slot 2, which is kind of redundant. So we just say not slot 2. We do want to say not defense. We don't really want to do defense runes. And then let's sort by slot, and we'll go for your slot 6s first. This has 25 speed already. We're not going to touch that. This is an attack rune. You could gem the crit rate in, but it's actually not the greatest rune. I think that might be our target, because I like doing the slot 6s on Swift. Slot 6 is always the hardest to get good speed on. So it's going to be this rune if we're speed chasing. We're going to come back over here. Whoops. Come back over here. This is our speed chase rune. Nice, Tyler. One thing I will say is that the game has shifted a lot. Artifacts play a big role. My artifacts are good. They're not great. They're nowhere near as good as like the G3 players. I think they're mostly pretty solid. They're Guardian artifacts, but they're not Guardian 3 artifacts. But box does matter a lot. So if you've got the meta control teams, then you can get away with a lot lower rune quality, especially if you're fast. And like I was just talking about, where speed gives up efficiency, if you're a turn 1 player, you'll always be way less efficient than, or not always, I guess, but you'll usually be way less efficient than a turn 2 player. So yeah, things to consider, like efficiency is not the only factor. Okay guys, this is actually the wrong target. I just realized that the crit rate is the innate here. I don't want to re-app slot 6 attack with a crit rate innate because the other stat we would want off of this would be crit rate. So we're giving up half of the value of a possible re-app here because we would be just as excited with a quad crit rate roll as we would with attack. In Violent or other sets that matters less, but for Swift that actually is important because Swift monsters, all they really need is speed, attack, crit rate, crit damage, and accuracy. Those are the only 5 stats we care about for Swift. Rage and Fatal care about only 4 of those. They don't care about the speed either, but the Swift monsters need a little bit more. So we're going to get rid of that rune as a target as well. Crit rate on Tiana is not needed because of skill 2, but it is needed on pretty much every other monster. So we don't want to re-app a rune just for one monster if we can find a better target. If we don't have a better target, we go back to it. But I think we've got better targets. Like this rune right here only has 9 speed. It's an awful mismatched rune. 40 flat attack. The speed is gemmed in. It's got 5 crit rate. I don't like re-apping slot 5 as a general rule, but that's a better target right there probably. The 3s and the 1s are going to be our main targets, I think, to start. So this one has 15 speed. This one has 10. Has accuracy and crit rate to go with it, so it's a pretty good Swift rune, just slow. This one's 24 speed. We won't touch that. This one has 18 speed, 12 crit rate. You can gem in the axe, so I think the 10 speed is probably our target. Even though it's got good stats, the crit damage innate works for us because we care more about crit rate than crit damage on our Swift monsters. Getting to that 100 crit rate is tough on a crit damage rune. Hey Jason, have a good night, bro. Message me in Discord if I didn't give you a great answer, because it is on stream, obviously. I might be able to help you set up a comp. Yeah, let's start with this Swift 3 that's got the 15 crit rate. It's your highest crit rate rune, too. Crit rate, accuracy, crit damage. I still feel like this is probably your best target. This is a good rune, but I think this is the best of the targets we have. It's this or the slot 5. Honestly, no, it's the slot 5. Slot 5 is a little lower chance to quad roll because there's one extra stat that can roll. So that's the thing. Slot 5, it can roll one more stat than than any other slot. Or well, than the slots 1 and 3, not than any other. But it can roll one extra stat, so it tends to be harder to re-app, but this is a terrible rune, which means that there's a lower threshold. It's much easier for us to improve this rune, even if we don't quad roll. I just realized 38% attack. Never mind. I missed that in the optimizer. Sometimes you see it better on screen. We're not re-apping 38% attack. That rune stays where it is. We go back to the slot 3. You don't have great Swift targets either. Most of your Swift runes are good, man. This one's a hot mess. Is this legend? No, it's hero. Okay. It's gonna be this one then. Yeah, this is our target. This is our target to speed chase. Here we go. Yeah, you got it, Steve. Actually, I'll check it out on stream if you don't mind the stats being exposed, because it's a meta defense. A lot of people. Oh, that looked juicy for a second. All right, this has speed gemmed in, so we get 13 and 16 versus 15 and 12. But this one does have HP, and it has more crit rate, which is the more important stat. So we take the left. This is just ugly. This is Super Synergy, 11-11. Not good. All right, we got 4 more tries. Come on, baby. 1 time, 22 speed. Actually, 2 times because we did it once already. See, that would look nice. If that was Violent, I would actually keep this. People underestimate the value of flat HP, but you could gem the speed over this, and it's a super nice bruiser rune. For Swift, it's garbage, though. For Swift, it's pure garbage. Uh-huh. Alright. This is tough because this on the right side is actually a viable... It's a viable rune, but I mean, it's too slow to use on a Tiana. It's too slow to use on anything. I'd rather take the stats. I'd just rather take the synergy on the left. Alright, let's see. So, Phaeton, Cannon Girl, and Tesher. So you've got Christina, a blessing between Christina and Tesher. Okay, Phaeton, here's the deal. Obviously, both are trash. We're not going to lie about that. Tesher, they've buffed a couple of times. And Tesher has been buffed to be a PvE unit. So both of them should be on the block to get buffed again. If I had to pick between one today, I would say Tesher is a better monster today. But neither of them are good. And Christina, they're trying to make her better in PvP. Whenever she comes up in a patch, they're trying to make her better in PvP. So since either of them is just going to go into your storage, I would take the Christina. Tesher could be used today. Christina really can't even be used. You can use Tesher in some places today, but there's always going to be a better option. And Christina has a better chance of being buffed into something PvP viable. So for me, I would take the Christina and just stick her in storage. All right, we got 2 more tries left. We are speed chasing. Can we get the last speed one? Uh-oh. Ooh. And this is why I hate re-apping Swift. That is why I hate re-apping Swift. Oh, that just reminded me. We had a 19 speed earlier. I got to pay this one. So we did get a 21 speed on the crit rate. Nobody reminded me. We're going to go ahead and pay the 19 speed from earlier. And then we're going to pay the... that doesn't even trigger quad roll. So that's not even a payout right there. That's a low quad defense, bro. That's a low quad defense. Actually, we're going to close betting. There's only 1 re-app left. I mean, we take the quad. You always take the quad. And it can serve... Yeah. But you do always take the quad. I mean, you gem the accuracy out for speed, and I don't know what else... I don't know what you do with this rune. But every now and then, when I have a whole bunch of super efficient Swift runes that are slow, I just build like a Skogul or some random unit on an efficient Swift set. So, I mean, we take the quad, and we stop re-upping the rune, obviously, because it is a quad. Andrew, I know Brandizzle's been fighting some snow. I know a couple of other people have been as well. So I hope you've got everything you need in the house, and you're able to just pack in and play Summoner's War for a few days. All right. Bro, Shmoo, grats, man. I know you needed the resistance runes too, so that's awesome, man. All right, we are going to hit... Oh, you know what? I looked at the wrong slot 5 before. But, yeah, both of the slot 5s are pretty good the way they are. 17 speed. I mean, we got 1 re-app left. We're just speed chasing something. Let's see if there's just a crap legend rune. Let's just find the worst legend rune on your account. That's going to be the Tiana, Tiana Swift 1. It does have 25 speed, so it's not the Tiana Swift 1. Let's not do a Swift 5. Let's do a Swift 4. Beth. Beth crit rate. Hey, crit rate rune. And it's crap. Perfect. Perfect. Because if you're anything like me, I do not have Swift crit rate runes to save my life, because I never save them when I farm Giants, and I don't farm Giants anymore. 30 attack is nice, but... This is our last one. This is where we speed chase. This is where we quad roll! No, it's not. Okay, so 32, left side is better. And that's that. Alright, bro. 18 inches. You're talking about the snow, I hope. Otherwise, you're applying for the Guinness Book of World Records. But okay. So, that's the re-apps. We didn't hit any quad rolls, but we hit 2 amazing crit rate runes. A few other upgrades overall. Considering where your account was, actually upgrading runes on your account is significant. So I'm happy with that session, man. If this were on my account, I'd be happy with that session, which is a very fair standard, I think, to hold up with. So just the 2 crit rate runes alone were absolute monsters. Alright guys, I did say we'll do a little bit of RTA, so, first things first, I told, first things first, let me jump over here, not swap connect, we're done with you. Let's jump over to my account real quick. Awesome, man, awesome. I'm glad you're happy, bro. Been a good little stretch now between pulling Ongi and a couple of really nice runes. It's always nice when you get on a good little RNG stretch in the game. Alright, so we'll do a Mimir team, and we'll do the Ciara, Orion, Perna defense. Tariq actually asked first. So, let's do Mimir first. A very standard Mimir team I used to use is Mimir, Orion, Wusa. A little harder to use in G3, obviously, but it should still work. So let's say something like this. I think it would work here. And keep in mind the quality of the runes, because I'm fighting my own defense. Like, the quality of the runes on my defense are way higher than what we're going to be using for this Mimir, Lauren, Wusa. Way higher. I am way out-runed. So my Lauren, because I keep stealing runes from Lauren. She's crap. I mean, Violent Energy, plus 142. The Lauren is absolutely terrible. The Mimir rune's also pretty old. I think we'll go with the other Mimir was... No, the other Mimir was slower, so we'll do this. I think that crit rate rune may pass it, bro. I'm not sure, but I think the crit rate rune may pass it. Alright, so here we're going to start off just by controlling, if we can, the Carcano. We cannot. Okay. So let's just, let's bring some attack bar back on the Mimir. Let's keep the Mimir healthy for the time being. Control the Carcano now. I really want to just try and dot him. If I don't kill him, he dies to the dot. Not the greatest Mimir showcase, but nah, we didn't get enough. Oh, slow, chill! Yeah, that's the problem with being outruned like that. He is going to die to the dot, so this is going to be a Wusa showcase now. Or maybe it's going to be a poorly ruined Lauren showcase. No, the problem with me doing that, bro, is I would have procced the Triana passive, and I know she just used her heal, but even though she just used her heal, she would have cycled back that way. So if she then procs, I lose. So this way it's a win. Well, maybe not, because she's still proccing. If I don't get this Theo down, he's about back to his revive. I might lose. Well, she's back to her. Holy crap, man. See, like I said, way out-ruined here. Alright, we gotta put this up. Can Wusa solo trade? It doesn't matter. Why am I still playing this? It doesn't matter whether I win or not. It honestly doesn't matter if I win or not. What am I doing here? Alright, let's try this again. Different strategy. This time we'll just go straight into the Triana. See, yeah, this is where it's not ideal for me to have showcased this before I properly ruin the Mimir. Nice damage there, though. So Mimir did his thing. Keep in mind, guys, this is like me fighting one of my best rune defenses at 115% efficiency while I'm using units at like 100 and not even 100. I'm using units at like, I don't know, 95% efficiency. Like this was basically a G1 a mid G1 guild fighting a G3 siege defense, and it did work. It didn't work smoothly, but it did work. So, let me see. I wouldn't bring this in against. I could probably try this against. So this is still a G3 defense, but I don't know how it's ruined. Let's try that. Let's try it one more time here, though, against a slightly different team. It's the honestly, this is the problem: is you're going to struggle to find. In our guild, I struggle to find stuff to demo on because we run everything as Carcano Vigor X, and Mimir's not ideal against Carcano. But I think actually I have this Molong one. This is still not an ideal, so Molong Perna Triana is where this would work much better. But we'll try it. Let's see. But basically, you use Lauren and Mimir for control, you use Wusa for sustain, and you want the Mimir a lot tankier than mine is because he's going to lose so much. He's going to lose so much HP when he goes into Berserk mode, and he's already scaling attack. So you get to build him more like a bruiser. I'll take the first Mimir I see. We'll take... now you can use him with Lauren also. I like Wusa for the shield. But you could... I'm sorry, with Lauren. You could use him with a Fran also. I prefer Wusa for the shield, but we'll try him with Fran just to demo. Something like this. So the key here is I'm going to need to control this Molong, or I lose. And once again, because we haven't ruined the Mimir properly, we get resisted. Alright, so you get the idea, Tariq. I can't really demo him while he's in bad runes, because I don't have anything to fight with him. That's the problem, is I'm so heavily out-runed until I upgrade his runes. But this is basically the comp you want to use. You use the Mimir and the Lauren to control. You use Wusa or Fran for... you can also use Triana there, but I feel like you need more consistent immunity. Honestly, Riley, Aaliyah, any kind of support. Basically any kind of support there. Brandizzle, if you can get him speed tuned, yeah, put him on Rage. Like I did a Rage Light Chun-Li, so she lost a couple of runes when I built my solo R5, but you can see I had her on Rage before. So yeah, but Poseidon's gonna hit harder on those same runes if you can get the 100 crit rate. Remember, Bale only needs 85 crit rate, which is why you can get more of the other stats. Okay, so Steve, I know you redid your Perna defense. Let's go take a quick look over here. So, we know that this will win every time, or every time it doesn't get resisted. So let's just pretend I already used that. We're going to try a different comp. Something like this is actually very risky because if the Orion happens to strip Tyrannus and defense break and Perna kills him, then the Ciara will bomb him out and I have no Tyrannus. So that's kind of what I wanted to do, is bring in a slightly riskier comp to see how it performed. That's actually why I did that. So there you go. That was the exact kind of worst case, almost worst case scenario. The one thing that went right was that the Perna did not proc. But we still have to get Tyrannus transformed, and then we get a lucky proc on our side. And then from here, it's over. From here, I'll just kill the Ciara and it's over. But, well, maybe I won't. Perna will actually strip my Tyrannus, but yeah, it's still over, right? Yeah. Ooh, that should not have died that easily. But I know you were struggling to get the stats where you needed them, so. Okay, so that's one. Now, another one that I might use is... Wusa got enough HP? Yeah, Wusa's got enough HP to survive. So we could also run something like Wusa, Vigor... honestly, the Mina runes... No, Mina, I need Will runes. Actually, what I need is a Shield Will build. I think Stella's got Shield Will. Just trying to think of what I... And the Stella runes, oh, that's Emma, not Stella. Here we go. Stella, yeah, Shield Will, no, she's Swift Will, but she's tanky. We'll try the Stella. It's not the HP, it's the defense. We're going to look at your Perna, but she probably needs defense artifacts. Okay. Are you kidding me right now? Perna, well, actually, no, that's, I went triple water, so that was fair. Never mind. Bro, those procs are crazy. Alright, to be fair, I would never take that into a real siege. Oh, I run Wusa really slow, Thirsty. And he's got a speed lead. But I run Wusa really slow, because I use Wusa in a set comp where Wusa doesn't need that much speed. I was trying to look at something a little bit more off meta that I would bring in, because I mean, like, this is a team that I would use. But this isn't really very fair. For me to like test with my LDs, right? I'm not really giving him a fair test. So it's kind of tougher when you don't have things properly tuned to do a fair test. Like me bringing in an Estella that I haven't used in who knows how long. That Stella was probably ruined in 2019. But you can see this isn't really fair for me to be like, okay, my LD beat your defense. That wasn't much of a test. So, let's see here. Huh. It's actually not letting me see the stats. Why is that? There we go. There we go. Hidden Perna. Yeah, I knew it was going to be the defense. So the HP, I think, is fine. These I would switch out to defense artifacts, even though, well, they're already HP artifacts. Alright, I changed my mind. I would switch these out to attack artifacts. You're not going to be able to survive much either way. So just go all-out damage if that's where you're at on stats. So 226, the Ciara 220. So the tuning is good. But probably just go all out, commit all out to defense on, to offense on the Perna. Since we're not going to be able to get much in the way of defense. Alright, let's see here. What can we use that has proper runes that would counter this that is a fair test? I think Vigor, Lulu... Well, actually, no, not Vigor. Theo Lulu is actually part of a fair test. Attribute neutrality, and then maybe like Nana? I'm trying to think what like people might actually... Yeah, something like this is actually kind of a fair test. So Steve, if you can get another 3k HP through runes, because Perna's base defense is so low. The Rena's not great here because of the Orion. The Rena can get stripped and then bombed out. Technically, if I'm running triple water like this, then the Perna can also strip the Rena, depending on who the Perna targets at. So the Rena's a little YOLO to me. Remember, Orion strips two things now also. I mean, what I would usually bring into this is Shield Will. I just haven't fought Orions in so long, I can't remember which units have Shield Will. But yeah, so that was an easy one. But the overall stats, I mean, I'm testing, you know, the overall stats seem good. Actually, another one that I could use... actually, I tested this one earlier, so Carcano Kali Bastet would probably work. Yeah, Josephine would be good. I don't think my Josephine has proper runes, though. We could do an Ajir test, just because. So, Ajir Chilling. Actually, you know what we could do would be, do an all 4-star counter here. The Fran's a little too YOLO. Let's do Pontos then. That's pretty YOLO. That's pretty YOLO. Even though it's Molly, I don't think Molly's great. I stopped using Rena against Ciara a long time ago because the win rate is just so low compared to better counters. Yeah, I can show her stats again. For whatever reason, John, I'm legit still struggling with that. I don't know why, but I am actually still struggling with that in my own mind. There you go. Recently buffed a Jeer, putting in work. Okay, I do remember actually a shield will counter. I do have a shield will counter still built. Haven't used it in a while, but I can go bombers. That just kind of reminded me. So I have a shield will Fran. Oh, did I take her off a shield will? No, there she is. Got a shield will Fran, and then the Dover. I don't know if that's the right Dover. I have 2 built. I don't think it matters. That's fine. So for this team, we actually want them to go first. I've got shield sets on both the Fran and the Dover. The Fran's built tanky. The Ciara's built not as tanky because I don't use this anymore. But basically, we're just banking on the Orion not stripping and defense breaking through the shield. It's the old counter, and there you go. So 1 resistance and it's over. And now I go without the speed lead so that the enemy team goes first. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to run the Ciara in front of the Fran in case Ciara procs, because we don't want Ciara proccing out of immunity. And it's the Dover bombs that are actually going to do the killing. Now I have a choice. Ooh, look at her just go right through. So I could actually detonate right here, which I probably just will. That should kill the Ciara, and then we're good. I actually could have just gone skill 3 there with the Dover too. Probably should have gone skill 3 there with the Dover, but it didn't matter. So this should be a pretty reliable counter as well. But either way, Theo Perna Riley, yeah. Either way, I mean, I'm just kind of going through different teams here, but the defense itself is built properly, Steve. It's not your fault if there's a lot of ways to counter it. That's obviously just the defense that a lot of people are running right now. It does have a lot of RNG built in. So, I mean, honestly, like another counter that I would probably use is this one right here. I like the Kinky here, but you could change this out for a Skogul as well. And then this is a much more common comp that people have. Kinky just makes it faster. What artifacts would be good on Mimir? That's going to depend on your runes, bro. So first and foremost, Mimir needs skill 3 accuracy. Ooh, wow. Landed everything exactly as needed and procced. Am I in trouble here? I might actually be in trouble here. Thank you for bombing him. Okay. He can't proc, so we're good. Oh, if he stunned the Amelia, I think I lose. Yeah, now it should be over. I'll just put a little damage here. Freeze. Dude, that CR is back to full health already. Just take a little bit from him. Kill or freeze, that'll work. John, yes. Actually, if you search my channel, it's been about a year since I did those videos, and what I would say is that it's even easier for those teams now. I have one video for each Rift Beast, and the theory craft behind them still works. The difference is now you can put in artifacts and get higher scores. So all of those teams, even at early game, should reasonably get triple S. Maybe not early game because you still have to have enough damage, but if you're even early mid game, all the teams I did should reasonably get triple S. There's a few tricks that you can use on each Rift to just make sure that you get tons of points. Would I run a crit rate or crit damage Zeratu? I would probably run him crit rate on offense, crit damage on defense. But it would really depend if I could get him enough stats. And it would also depend on what I was running him with. I might run him crit rate both. Some of it would be based on what the optimizer told me also, as far as like what my damage output would be. So when I'm in the optimizer, and I'll show you guys this one more thing as well, and then we're going to go do some RTA on Brandizzle's account. So when I'm in the optimizer, I will actually program, I will actually program in my builds to show me damage output. So I'll come up here, for example, we don't have Zeratu, but let's just say we're looking at Raitesh. I will say I want either HP or speed, crit rate, crit damage, or HP accuracy, for example. Or let's do CR, so this makes more sense. Speed, HP attack, HP crit rate, crit damage attack, HP attack accuracy. It's a longer build to run. Bro, Steve, I'm not the right person to be testing. I just have a lot of counters built. That's the thing. I have a lot of counters built. I think the team is built and tuned properly. You did everything right. Yeah, that's the best I can say. Like, I think it's built and tuned properly. It's just, it's not the strongest defense. Right now, there's not a lot of defenses that are strong in the meta, period. What is strong is stacking. So people run out of counters. And because my monster box is so deep, I don't run out of counters as quickly. But anyway, in the optimizer here, so I put in all of these rooms, and then I would say, like, I want my Ciara, Bio, Will, and what I look for is just target stats. I don't care what rune she's using where. I care that she hits my targets. So I'll say 27,000 HP because I want her with 30, but I know I can manipulate that with artifacts. I'll say 1,800 attack because I want her with 2,000, but I know I can manipulate that. I'll say 800 defense because I want 1,000. But again, when I get to my filtering, I can find the build that has 30k and 1k but needs attack artifacts, or the build that has 27k and 2k 1k and needs HP artifacts. So I can change all those things with artifacts. It makes the game very fluid. And then maybe I want her at 215 to 234 speed for speed tuning. I want 85 crit rate. I want 70 accuracy because I can get 15 more accuracy from artifacts. And then I come in here and I'll say, okay, skill 1 is passing time. How much damage will this do on a defense broken mob with an attack buff? On average, if the enemy's defense is 1,200, blah, blah, blah. I program all this stuff in, and this gives me a point of reference. It doesn't actually matter how much damage she does. It matters how much damage one build does in comparison to another build. So once I hit apply and it runs the builds, and I'll have to come up here for locked runes, so this will give us too many builds, but there we go. So once it runs all the builds, now I can sort by damage. And what we'll see here is speed, crit rate, attack. But we might see other builds, especially if I ran like a lower speed range, we'd probably start to see some other builds that mix in attack, HP, whatever, HP crit rate attack, speed crit rate attack, HP crit rate accuracy. So each of these builds gives me the stats I want using different kinds of runes. And that's really important when we think about like the fluidity of ruining your monsters. It's important to remember that it doesn't matter what a given slot is, it matters that you get to your target stats. Anyway, so going back to the original question with Zeratu, because that was kind of a tangent, but if I was running Zeratu, I would run him this way, probably not with attack, but with all the, and probably not with attack or accuracy. So my run for Zeratu would look like this, with a lot of damage and with a lot of options, and maybe I've got a freaking 30 crit rate HP slot 4, and that fits perfectly on him and gives me the highest damage build. And then I would just come down here and I would filter, and I would say, I've got all this stuff, So what's my highest HP? Oh, 38k. All right, let's filter this up to 34k so I'm closer. And now, of these builds left, can I make 100 crit rate? I sure can, so let's filter this out. And then I would keep filtering down until I got to my target build, and then I would pick from these last few. So that's kind of how I do it. What up, Lewis? How you doing, bro? Glad you woke up early and you're able to catch the back end of the stream, man. All right, so this is my account. Let's go back over to Brandizzles, and we are going to do a... Oops, that's swap. We're going to do a couple of RTA matches on Brandizzle's account to wrap up the stream. Yeah, additional damage artifacts on him are huge. By the way, Shmoo, I don't think I fully answered your question. So with Mimir, first and foremost, make sure to pay attention to your skill 3 accuracy. If you have the accuracy through the build, then probably crit damage. Skill 2 and skill 3 crit damage would be what I would default to next. Also, single target crit damage. Crit damage as the enemy's HP condition is good. I don't like crit damage as the enemy's HP condition is bad, except for multi-hitters. But single target CD, CD as the enemy is good. S2, S3 CD, all very useful. S3 accuracy, all very useful. Alright, so looking at Brandizzle's box, we're C1 right now. Hopefully I don't knock you out of C1, bro. We've got Lulu running about 240. So you had a little bit of attrition then, okay. We've got the OP Ongyuki right here. Obviously, we're going to be working on him. You got the OP Douglas, too. OP Douglas, nice. Probably hasn't done a lot of wings. Yeah, he's only done 24 wings, Iron Scare. He's 18 and 6. So, a lot of us don't always start off right at the beginning of the season. RTA is so stressful and tilting, I usually take like a month off of it after each season ends. We got a nice Douglas here. Maybe not nice. He could use more crit rate. He could use a little more crit rate, not gonna lie. I like the Raleigh, Ongyuki, Douglas. Do we have Triana ruined? How's Triana ruined? A little on the low side. Okay, and Wusa. A little on the low side of HP. Ruined. Ruined on a defense rune? Is she on a defense rune? Yeah. I want to see this turn into an HP rune. What about the Abellio? Okay, Ethna, 233. Huge crit damage Ethna. Wow, so much accuracy. I kind of want to see the accuracy rune in Ethna turn into an attack rune. I don't feel like Ethna needs as much accuracy because of the multi-hits. I run mine really low. And don't have many problems with her. Okay. Yeah, Steve, seriously, man, the defense is well built. I would run a tower of those defenses against almost any guild, and like not really be worried. If I couldn't 9-1 that, if I couldn't go 9-1 against that team against a siege tournament, like if I couldn't 9-1 that against a siege tourney guild, I would be surprised. And I'm just saying 9-1 because of the risk of RNG. I feel like he's running the Ongyuki. I really feel like we're gonna lose the Ongyuki if I don't take him now. This is one of the setups for an Onimusha cleave. I think we're gonna take him because I really think he's setting up for an Oni cleave. And let's take the speed lead also. Yeah, Steve, we'll be changing defenses next season, I think. Well, I mean, we only have one more siege match, and then we'll be changing defenses, so... Alright, that's an interesting pivot. We've got the Riley. I think we can take Wusa, and then I don't want to make it too easy of an Ongyuki ban. Let's go Rika. Rika should be a force ban. And yeah, this is not necessarily the ideal draft. Obviously, I took the Rika because I'm trying to make him ban the Rika. the Leica's our real major concern here. And that's what we got. Perfect. I don't think you set up for Douglas into a Riley first pick, bro. I really don't. Not unless you just have nothing else. There. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? His team just disappeared. Oh, bro. Oh, his team just disappeared, man. His team just disappeared. Okay, so I don't think we have to rush on the Ongi pick this time. He's obviously getting picked. We don't have to rush. We're going to take the Douglas again just because Douglas is busted. Maybe a Tessa. Kind of like the Tessa here. First, early pick Juno right there. So right now he's just setting up for strip into CC. Ongi should survive a bomb, right? Yeah, he'll survive a bomb without a buff. That Verd is a pain. So I think we go Abellio, Ongi. This would result in the Abellio being banned. We get the Tessa and the Riley through. Should. He may ban the Riley, but if he bans the Riley, I think we're okay also. Tessa needs a little while to set up, but we'll eventually get control of these two. Ongi should delete. Yeah, so he's banning Tessa. You can't pick the Leica there unless he's banning Tessa. So do I just get rid of... Well, I'm going to have the Riley CC, right? I want to get rid of his damage. Yeah, let's get rid of his damage. He'll get one round of CC with the Shihu, and that's it. The Shihu should die immediately. Unless it's a Swift Shihu with that speed lead, the Shihu should be gone. What up, Perk? How you doing, man? Hey, Paulo, thank you very much for that. Seriously, love it when people come on and say the videos have helped, man. That's just awesome. Okay. I don't want to be strict. Let's do you. Nice. Let's do you. Nice. Let's delete everybody. Nice. Stun. Nice. Oh, how dare you, proc? Alright, let's go ahead and heal. Let's do you. We don't like Juno. Oh, not what you wanted to happen right there. Don't despair stun the Ongi. That's a mistake. Dude, I want the Ongi, man. So Brandizzle, I intentionally did not look at what you've been drafting, by the way. I'm just curious if what I'm drafting is anywhere close to what you've been drafting. I usually like to not look too much at what people draft, so that you get an idea of like my thought process out of your box. Hey, Lewis, have a good one, man. Thanks for hanging out on stream. So he's also setting up right there. So we're going to take the 33 lead again. For the Riley stats. Here's the Riley. Tableau Jim Meyer, huh? Alright, so Magnum gets through. Oh, sorry, Magnum's not getting through. I can't use Leo here. Could I Miho this? I feel like I can Miho this. But Triana's this one. No, the Triana's squishy. Let's go Miho. Ban the cocky. I think the Miho was a bad pick. That just came from me not knowing your box. Abellio was probably the correct pick. If we lose this, I'm going to say it's because I picked wrong. Because on my account right here, I picked Triana, but she's missing 10k HP. She won't survive the Lucian, which is obviously a problem. So, yeah, I think Abellio was the better pick. Triana's the best pick, but Triana needs 45k HP here to work because she's got to survive the Lucian. Thirsty, I don't. I have him in storage, but he's just not good. Yeah, even if we survive, Miho kills the Lucian, but that's about it. Wait a second. Wait a second. Ongi getting a turn. Lucian did not have enough. Lucian did not have enough. Ladies and gentlemen, wave goodbye to the enemy team. Well, no, just to the Lucian. Okay. I really thought he was going to clear the team on this. I really thought he cleared the team right there, honestly. We got it now, though. All we got to do is kill the Bastet and it's over. Because he can't kill the Miho from there. Oh, why won't you defense break for me? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I for a second had Ongi's. For a second in my head, I gave Ongi the Fuki passive, so I thought he was gonna do more damage because of his HP status. But if I can get the heal block off the Miho, it's over also. Even if he gets the Ongi here, which I think he's going to get the Ongi here, but the Miho's going to get a turn, and that'll finish it. As soon as Miho gets a turn, it's over. Maybe not. Okay, so Jameyer just became an attack target. Okay, we get one cleanse here. We got the wrong thing. We got the slow. So that is not a damaged Jameyer. And the Miho lacks resistance. She's gone now. Miho's gone. Can Riley solo this, though? He can't heal. He can shield. Yeah, Riley won't break the shields. Because Tableau has attribute advantage against Miho, And normally when I face this, all of these units are built on damage. Normally when I face this, Bastet's the one that kills the Miho. But Tableau will normally be on crit rate because of his AoE. Not always. Obviously this one's not. But even if he's got like 70 crit rate, he gets 15 more crit rate against the Miho. The Bastet, you know, has got like 15 crit rate. So the Bastet's the primary concern. And then I thought the Miho would kill the Jemire, because the Jemire had already shown he wasn't max crit rate. So one thing I want to do for you real quick here. Miho does not need will runes and does need resistance. It's gotta be, oh man, no resistance, okay. Miho also needs to be on Nemesis though. No matter what, Miho needs to be on Nemesis. Let's see. So that's, wow. Oh, I've got attack sub. Whoops. My bad. So let's take this. And this. And Miho, on the Nemesis, Miho does not need all the speed. I can do 3 wings for you, Perk. It'll be fun. Haven't done it in a while. Alright, I'm gonna do this as a quick swap. The accuracy is nice, but it's less important. What you need is higher crit rate and then higher resistance. This is not the ideal Miho build. This is just a quick fix. But let me show you real quick on my account more where I would go with the Miho. So you want to be something like this. If you can't get all of the stats, then your trade-offs are in defense, they're in attack, or even in crit damage. Miho doesn't need to have the craziest crit damage because where you pick Miho is very limited and very specific. But the resistance is super important because if Miho gets heal blocked, you're going to lose. The crit rate is actually less important because Miho will get 100 crit on the revenges. The Nemesis also super important. I was wondering in that fight why Miho wasn't getting turns. It's because the Miho was on Nemesis. So Miho is going to get healed up by your Triana, your Riley, or whatever's in the match, and then the enemy's going to do like 70% damage because you're building her squishy, and she's going to get an instant turn, and she's going to lap in front of them. She doesn't need all the speed as long as she has the Nemesis runes. She doesn't need a lot of defense because that benefits the Nemesis runes. She really needs, I like about 10k HP just in case they pivot into a Ciara, but she really doesn't even need that. What she needs is resistance, crit rate, and attack. Those are pretty much the only 3 things you want to focus on, and then crit damage is the 4th. About 15-20 accuracy is also helpful, but not essential. So Matthew, I have not played around with Mimir much after the buff. I haven't re-ruined him yet. We were talking about that earlier on stream. I will, because he's one of my favorite monsters, but it's probably going to be a little while before I do. I have 3 other videos planned. I've been working, like legit, I've been working 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. every day at like my normal day job for the last couple of weeks. Is a busy time for us, and I've been putting in 100 hours a week or something. It's gonna start to slow down next week, and then I'm gonna get caught back up on some videos. So a Mimir video may be coming later towards the end of the month if there's still interest in him. Yeah, it's just been a matter of time, bro. I've had time to. I haven't had time to do anything really. All right, we're gonna do one more wing on Brandizzle's account. Then we're gonna do a little bit of LD abuse on Perk's account, just because I haven't played on Perk's account in forever, and he's got some really fun toys. I think you can hit C3, bro. I do. Ongi is OP. Need to shuffle a couple of runes around, but having the Douglas Ongi combination, you've got like one of the strongest LD5s and one of the most meta elemental 5s. So just maybe a couple of rune adjustments, and I mean, we'd have to look through your box and everything again, but alright. So the problem here is we're not going to outspeed, but if we take double speed leads, we might. So here goes Hegang, Yun Hung. We know the Ongi's coming. Kind of want to start with... I want to take the Diana here because I don't want to face the Diana. And I think the Abellio. Now, do I have enough damage? Do I have enough damage? That's going to be the big question because I don't have a ton of sustain. I feel like these are despair. I'd rather actually go with the Josephine. The CC is going to help me with the damage. Thirsty, you want to hear the funniest part? I was supposed to be on vacation the first... So I've been working 100 hours a week the last 2 weeks. I was supposed to be on vacation the first of those weeks. It got canceled due to Omicron. And it was a really good thing it did because I can't even imagine how I would have caught up at work otherwise. Alright, I think we ban the Chung. He's on despair. He stuns. And everything here is relatively low cooldown. Chung and Ganny both reset. The Ganny's going to lock down the Josephine, but Ganny should act last. So if he stuns with the Hegang, we cut in. I figured we would get that. XYZ, you'll see a red... your health bar, which is the green bar above your monster's head, it will start to have red on the right side. So like right around here, it will start to have red. Oh, good play there. Stun? Oh, rip on the no stun, man. Oh, I need a Douglas, man. That's not cool. Douglas is just way too freaking strong. Gotta put glancing on the Ongi. It's the only choice, yeah. Should still be a dead Yun Hung though. He's reset, so even the proc doesn't mess us. Holy crap, man. Douglas is too strong. Just like that, it's over. Oliver! Why can I not say it? Dude, Oliver. Douglas actually is not that strong. Oliver is strong. Douglas is way overrated. People are like way too, I think it's maybe, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know why I can't say it right. Oliver is way too strong. Yeah, XYZ, anybody who has destroyed HP, that's how it'll display. Do I know how to build Shan? Congratulations on the Shan, Paolo. So, Shan you will build... usually you will build Shan with a Swift build and put him like right behind a Stripper, because he'll give an AoE stun and then also a speed buff and let you lap. Let's see, max accuracy is good, HP defense is solid build, bro. Honestly, solid build. This is unnecessary because you're already max accuracy, so this artifact's not a great fit. Actually like the Josephine again here. Kinky into Riley Wusa with a Bulwark. Actually, okay, that's a smart play. That's a smart play. That's actually not a bad comp at all. If I ban the Kinky, he gets, or the, yeah, Kinky. If I ban the Kinky, he gets the, oh, that's actually a really smart play. But I gotta take away his sustain. That Kinky could be a problem. Because he's gonna get the Juno Kinky combination here, which could block a lot of effects, but I have to ban the sustain because of the amount. I have plenty of sustain and I have plenty of damage. Kiki, not Kinky. Kiki, sorry, Kiki. Yes. Hey, I got Kinky with Kiki I don't know. Fumi, Alexandra is not good for cleave, but she is freaking amazing for arena offense. You just like jumped up 2 grades. Arena defense. You just jumped up like 2 grades. Wherever you are in arena defense, you just jumped up like 2 grades. She is seriously so good for arena defense. Huge congratulations. Also, I think she'd be amazing in RTA. I haven't faced her a lot in RTA, but I think she would be just amazing. Let's do this. That was such a clutch stun right there. And those procs, man. Oh, those procs. I'm going to call Luxac on this one just because of the procs and the stuns, but he had a great team here. I think we should win this. I think we should win this more than we lose it. I think he just got luck. He just Luxac, but he had a really good team there. I did actually like the team. But Water getting a Despair Stun on Wind was the whole match. Well, that plus the Kiki proc was the whole match. What team build with Alexandra for arena defense? Off the top of my head, I don't really know because I don't have her. Probably something along the lines of Karnal, something that strips, and then something that provides death sustain. And so like Karnal, if you have Molly, Karnal, Molly, Alexandra would be a good start. If you don't have Molly, Karnal, Triana, Alexandra would be a good start. Something along those lines. Okay, do we have a secondary attack buffer? How much attack do you have? Not enough. Who else do you have that's ruined on attack? I guess I could just bring the bombs. Yeah, do that. I would have rather banned the Diana, but I needed something else because I knew Ongi was getting banned there. I needed something to deal with the Fire Ryu. How would I build Lima the Light Oracle? Violent, Will, fastest monster on my team, but speed tuned, so not by much. And that's why I hate Chung as the only stripper on your team. Nice proc, too. Did I? Okay, yeah, you're right. I did choose the 24 over the 33. Alright, we gotta keep you in human form. It's because I timed out. I was talking in chat and I had like 2 seconds left on the draft. So I think we lose this. Oh, and the resistance. Okay, it's over. Because you're playing, anytime you're playing Violent, you expect to get outsped by Swift, and then Swift units can mess you up. She's already going to turn cycle plenty. A unit like Juno makes sense on Revenge, but it was just a mistake because I don't have Oliver perk. Obviously, I drafted him for the lead, but I'm not used to using him, and I'm paying attention to chat, and I just clicked on the wrong monster. As far as Lima goes, I would also want max resistance on Lima, by the way. As far as Lima goes, you just you're playing Violent, not Swift, so anything on Violent I usually put on Will Runes. The exception being something like a Juno that can't be CC'd. I like the Triana build. I think we're gonna do this. And let's go Diana. Actually, wait. We have Fang Rune? How's Fang Rune? No, we can't use Fang. Okay, we'll use Diana. Fang. Yeah, this should be a defense rune, bro. He won't do enough damage here. He won't do enough damage there. I don't know if Oliver plays here. If he picks a Lulu, Oliver's gone. How's the Shihu? Not enough damage. How's the Miles? Miles will work. So he's got to ban the Ongi. We know for sure he's banning the Ongi. Which means he's got double counters to the Diana. I have no sustain. But if the Ongi's gone, I don't have enough damage unless Diana can transform. So I think that makes Antares a force ban. Wow, okay. He left me the counter. Oh, that resistance! Perk with the super chat says, I know, pick Ciara over Vanessa many times for lead in RTA. Bro, Perk, thank you very much for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it. Okay, the Despair Stun on the Ongi is good. Fallen, after this match, I'm switching over to perks. I'm going to do 3 RTA matches or so on perks, and then I'll be off. Nice stun. Nice stun. Ongi should have 2 up, right? Get it? Ooh. Alright, now I take the shield. Ongi's set up. Oh. He didn't have the skill 2 up it. Oh, there it is! Okay. My Nana legit never has landed 4 stuns in her life. Forget landing one on a Diana. I need the sustain. Stay in druid form. Really? Bro, with this RNG stuff, man. Alright, well, RNG went my way that time. I have no idea who actually should have won this match. There's so much freaking RNG all the way. We can just take a kill here. Stun? It's not over yet. I still have to kill the Artemil. Defense break. Hey, we finally landed a defense break too. Now it's over. Question is, would you have picked Miles there? Alright, that's how we needed to finish. We needed to finish with a nice win. Moved up into C2, climbed 15 points, messed around a little bit. Alright, we are going to switch off of your account, Brandizzle, and we're going to jump onto Perk's account. Thank you, Trendy. That was honestly a really fun match. That's what I love, and I mean, people who are regulars on stream hear me complain about like the CC meta all the time. That type of match is so much fun for me. The type of match we just played right now where both of us actually had to think our way through the whole fight, think about what to attack, think about what skills to use when. That's why I play this game, and that's why I hate Control so much, because in a Control match, nobody really does that much thinking. Like, the person who outspeeds strips you, and if they land the strip, then they just hit all their skill 3s and it's over. And if they don't land the strip, then you cleanse with Lulu and it's over. And it's just not as much fun to me. That type of match is like why I play this game. The type of match we just had there. Brandizzle, you are very welcome, bro. Really glad that things have been turning up for you a little bit. Really glad things have been turning up for you a little bit in the game, man. Huge grats on the Ongi, man. Ongi, freaking OP, bro. Freaking OP, so strong. And then Douglas and Miles, too. I don't have either of them, and they're both super strong. Like, you have a better box than I do right now, probably. Perk, I just need your code, man. Need the code. I don't know about better, obviously. Well, yeah, because you're pretty deep, too. You might actually have a better box than me. Your one LD5 might be worth more than all of mine, and then you have 2 of the strongest meta monsters as well. Miles would certainly be better on Violent if you have the runes to support it. Douglas. I give up, bro. I'm never gonna... Guys, just like... Yeah, apparently I am never gonna get that. I don't know why, but I won't get it. I mean, I obviously know who they are, but I just can't call them the right names. Why do you have to pick 18th century random guys' names, come to us? Laurel with the super sticker. Fist bump. Laurel, thank you very much for the super sticker. Really appreciate it. Appreciate the fist bump. Very awesome of you, Laurel. Thank you. There we go. Alright, Trendy, have a good night, bro. Thanks for hanging out on stream, man. Alright, here we go, guys. Perk has a few good toys. Perk has a few good toys. He's got a Lucifer, he's got a Pater, he's got a Nyx, he's got a Bella, he's got a Wunsa, of course he's got a Kinky. Oh, and he's got a Jaeger, by the way. So, what are we gonna... He's also got several more LDs that are not... Oh, wait, and he's got a Shazam, and he's got a Tableau, and he's got a Jemire. A few more LDs. So, and he's also got the runes to support all of this, by the way. You were going to ask me earlier, if not Mimir, Gemini, Light Chun-Li, how about Dark String lead instead of Mimir? So Fallen, Dark String wouldn't give you the attack buff, she would give you the speed buff. But I feel like you're wasting her because the Dark String can run with Taeon and Lucian and be like an auto win almost every match. And the Mimir can give you a really strong win every match. So if you put the two of them together, you're kind of giving up a win. I'd rather see you run Dark String Master with Taeon and Lucian, or also works with Dova and Lucian, also works with Konamiya and Lucian. Taeon's my preference, but works with any of them. So Mirane, the Dark String Master. I'd like to see you run the Mirane with 100% attack bar boost plus attack buffer and Lucian, and then the Mimir you can run with like a Lauren plus a Wusa, Lauren plus Perna. You just want to make sure the Lauren's on a really fast Vio, so you take turn 1 and the Lauren can CC. And then you want something that can kind of protect the Mimir. Triana works there as well. Gemini is not a monster I'm a huge fan of in Siege content because he is... I mean, he's amazing. He's speed lead, strip, and the defense break, which is awesome, but the problem is there's no CC there. So you have to tune all of the monsters really close to him. So if you run a 310 Gemini, you also need a 310 buffer and a 310 Light Chun-Li behind him, which you probably can't do. Most of us can't. And if you can, you're using up 3 amazing Swift sets, all for one team. And if you run him slower, then Light Chun-Li doesn't get the scaling damage and so on. But the other issue with Gemini is that if he misses a strip, you pretty much lose. So there are other strippers that can still do more. Like Chung, if Chung misses a strip, the fight's not like insta over. But if Gemini misses the strip, the fight's insta over. So I'm just not a huge fan of using him on offense. Siege defense, different story, because the RNG works in your favor there. But yeah, that's kind of where I would go. Alright, so we are probably, and Lucifer, I don't have a lot of experience with him, but I do think he's more of a PvE monster. I think this is mostly just for like a Wunsa Leo cleave. But we're going to go Bruiser, because that's what I do. Pater does need to have 4 Violent Runes, though. So let's switch out this for a Violent Rune. just saying. Just saying. 4 Violent Runes is better than 3. Let's throw this on, get him the missing crit rate as well. And then give him a defense artifact to offset that. That's actually not... Damn, 48% speed. Additional damage by speed. It's not a great artifact for him, though. Okay, what about on this side? Damage taken from wind. We can do that. Okay. We just want to make sure he's over 1,000 damage. Excuse me, 1,000 defense. 1,000 defense should be the floor at Guardian level RTA. 1,200 should be the target. 1,000 should be the floor. Defense has diminishing returns, so once you get past 1,200, the value you get from defense falls off a cliff. And it doesn't matter as much except for pure supports that don't really need the other stats. And Pater is built to do damage, so 1,000 to 1,200 is kind of his range. Alright, so Perk's in C2 right now. A lot of fun toys, a lot of amazing runes. And we've now got a Violent Pater. You know I gotta troll you a little bit, Perk. I get busted all the time on stream. When I do rune changes on stream, I screw that up all the time. So you are not alone. Okay, how's the Wusa? Violent Will, 241, nice HP. We'll do that. And we have Fang Rune. You know what? Let's go Shazam. Shazam will work here. Oh, I knew we wanted Fang. Okay, definitely a Jaeger. Now, I kind of want Pater. I don't even think this draft makes sense. I just want to use the LDs. I'm not going to lie. We're just flexing the LDs right here. Let's flex this, and let's flex this, and let's flex this. I'm such a dick. Okay, I got to stop. I think we ban the Mo Long and just take a second immunity unit, right? What's our next immunity unit? Do we not have a second immunity unit? Or Ileana. Ileana should work. Do that. I don't think he can kill me. Do I have enough sustain? I probably do. Yeah, if I just ban the Juno. Okay. Yeah, so I'm using the lowest lag that YouTube permits, but it does still have a stream lag. It's a 5 to 8 second lag, and that's the lowest that YouTube will give us. And that's even when I use that lag, that's like when the DVR is banned and stuff like that. So let's do this. He's autoing? I think he's autoing. Let's stun you. Ah, resistance. Okay. That's fine. Here we go. Oh, it's not fair. It's not fair. Well, I'm invincible, so I can go ahead and hit him. It don't matter. Yeah, he's just straight autoing, guys. He's just straight autoing. Let's go back to the Shazam. I like defense breaks. Who do we defense break? Let's defense break you. Oh, that was a lot of counterattack right there. That was a lot of counterattack right there. Nobody really needs a heal. Let's just do this. He's going to die to the dots. Let's do this. That's good damage. Okay, that's what I needed to check. Was, let's do this, and let's make him invincible because of that defense break. You don't want to stun Pater, bro. Stunning Pater is not a good idea. Perk with the super chat says Jaeger is vamp. I did not realize that Jaeger was on Vampire. How hard's he hit? How hard's he hit? Oh, he just deleted that Genki. Oh, bro, this is not fair. This is not fair. This is so not fair. I like this team. I mean, who wouldn't? But still, I like this team. It's fun. Not fair. That's barely fair once we get to Guardian, man. That's barely fair once we get to Guardian. Obviously, it gets wrecked to CC because everything gets wrecked to CC. Chung Pung beats all, but when you get to play a Bruiser match, that's just not fair. So here's the Shazam. Plus 152, Vio Will, 40k HP with crit rate. Here's the Jaeger, max crit rate. Actually, Jaeger could use a little more HP. Okay. Let's go Bulwark, Shazam. Perk, by the way, thank you very much for the super chat, man. Very much appreciated. Ban the Haygang, he's only got single target strip. Actually, I wouldn't mind an Abellio right here. Abellio would be good. Nyx could work here. Let's go. Now let's do the Wunsa. So if I'm playing, does he ban the Pater? He probably does. I think we do this. There we go. So honestly, that Wunsa was a bad pick. That was another thing where I don't know the box and I just ran out of time. Douglas was going to be a problem there because of the Ciara. I can't ban both Wusa and Ciara. Yeah, I think I lost this one. The Wunsa didn't make any sense. It was just a bad pick. Yeah, the Wunsa made no sense here. That was just me not knowing the box and I ran out of time. The correct pick there was a second immunity monster because he only had one strip and to ban the Haygang. So the most he could do is single target strip with the Savannah. But I couldn't find the immunity monsters because I'm not used to looking at the box and I was looking for like Riley. And I couldn't find Riley. And I couldn't find the Abellio. And then I ran out of ideas. Yeah, so like we don't have Lulu built, we don't have Abellio built, we don't have Riley built. Molly made no sense there. We did have a Fran. Fran would have worked. Ileana would have worked, but yeah, basically I just ran out of time because I couldn't find what I was looking for. Alright, let's go back Jaeger Pater. I still think Jaeger Pater is the way to go. I like the Ileana with the Jaeger a lot. Do we have a triple revenge Verd? We do. Okay, good. Does Wunsa make sense here? Wunsa and ban the Ciara. Will I get enough attack bar boost though? That's the thing. It's only 15%. I don't think I catch up. So Kinky makes more sense. Kali gets one kill. Pater can protect me from the Ciara. We kill the Kali with the Jaeger. He's not going to ban the Jaeger. And then we're 3v3 and I like my odds. If Kali kills the Jaeger, then I've got the Kinky and the Pater to take care of the Ciara and deal with the Kali last. 46% win rate on auto. That's silly, man. That was unfortunate. That was fortunate. We're gonna do this. Provoke. Nice. Oh, that's a solid AD though, bro. So he's got another bomb chance here. He'll bomb the Verd again, I assume. No, he bombs the Pater. Not sure why he bombed the Pater there. Probably didn't know Pater can't be stunned. Actually, yeah, I mean, all these like niche passives and skills on LDs are really hard to keep track of, so I still run into monsters that surprise me every now and then with something I forgot they have, especially if you don't have the monster. Oh, that takes Oliver out of play. It takes Douglas out of play. Go Tableau. Tableau Wunsa, no. Let's go Haygang. Bird. Oh, yeah, we lose this. I got nothing for this. I have to ban the John. Wait, where's Nyx? Where's Nyx? Here he is. Nyx. Nyx passive decreases the chance of being granted by harmful effects. Thought he would ban the Nyx. That gives me the Haygang. That might help. Might. Alright, bro. Have a good night, Brandizzle. Thanks for hanging out on stream. Thanks for sharing your account for content, bro. Wow, really? Oh, well that's equally bad RNG for him. Okay. Is that Douglas? I always wondered who Douglas was. Can I stun? Oh yeah, baby. Alright, I guess yeah. We're gonna have a problem with him. I don't know that I can actually kill him. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. I might be able to. I think I got him. Okay, nice. Alright, we're climbing, Perk. We're climbing. Hey Taylor, have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out on stream. Bro, 4 hours. That's nuts. Okay, yeah, get some sleep, bro. Have a good night, man. Hey, we're even using LDs when they're free to play. Oliver Lead, Iris Lima Woomsa. So, Ozymandias, the problem with that team. Oliver. Kinky actually messes him up, so does Nyx. I need something to deal with the Miles, though. That would be Fang. How's the Fang ruined? Oh, nice Fang. Okay, Fang can deal with the Miles. Okay, so problem with that defense, Ozymandias, is people know how those monsters are all ruined. The Lima or the Woonsa could be on Swift, but the Iris has to be on Despair, or she doesn't do anything. So what's going to happen there is people know that they can outspeed you, and even if you have like a 330 Woosa, it doesn't matter because you'll get cut. So you have to have something that is going to surprise people, and that defense is kind of easy to read, and we know basically how you have them ruined, so it's easy to face. Hopefully that makes sense. Do I care about the Juno? Not so much, so it's just the Tian Lang, yeah. What's up, Chun-Chi? I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thanks for catching the end of stream. Okay, I didn't look at the Elsharian runes. I don't know how he's actually ruined. But I know he's stunned. Would have liked more strips than that, but that's okay. Actually, no, I'm glad we didn't get more strips because now Elsharian can strip, right? Okay, we're gonna need this. Oh, man. That's a beefy Miles, too. Ooh, that was almost nice. Why isn't Fang doing damage? I didn't check his artifacts. You might need to shift your Fang's artifacts. Like, this Miles should be deleted already. Wow. Yeah, go ahead and land everything, why don't you? Yeah, well, Pater, actually, it's fine if you stun the Pater. No, I guess it's not. Not when he's in beast form. How much damage can we do? Not enough. And he gets the counter. Okay, that's the end of it. Alright, let's take a look at the Fang artifacts. Because he's got a ton of defense. He should have been hitting, like, so much harder than that. Okay, yeah, there we go. Let's go additional damage proportionate to defense. 11%, and 8. So this goes here. What was this? That was defense, perfect. And then this, 9%, not a very good fit. Oh, yeah, that's not a terrible fit. That's a better fit. Oh, that's a nice fit. Yeah, that's a nice fit. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so that's an extra like 660 per hit, at least right there. That's crazy, 2,500. All right, we'll do one more match here. Let's see if we can climb a little bit. We'll do one more match here, and then I think I'm gonna wrap up stream from there. So Ozymandias, it makes sense. Like the defense that you're saying makes sense, but one problem that you'll run into is you really don't have a lot of damage there. There's no CC other than some random despair stuns. Lima can be stripped. There's no defense breaks, so you're going to be kind of short on damage. And then, like I said, just the defense it's a little bit easy to read. So, I mean, I like where the thought process is going, and Oliver's probably fine. Oliver, Lima are probably fine. But I think you're gonna need something different than, like, you need something either that can't, you need something that can't die easily, something that revives, or something that can snipe. But you're kind of thinking about like a control team that would be really hard to speed tune because the wounds to attack buff is only 15%. And then also one that would be hard not to get cut. No idea about the AI. Holy Spicoli, I saw you ask me a question above. I seem to be losing my voice today. I saw you ask me a question above. Let's see, what is your opinion on all the dead game talk going on lately? I had actually missed that. I haven't heard that talk personally, but I wouldn't say it's a dead game, but I would say that, you know, like all games of its nature, there are fewer players. There's still 500,000 people playing. I don't think it's like Danger Will Robinson day one. Kinky. Next Balder. Let's do the Kinky. It's the Savannah, right? He gets CC either way. Unless I do this. No, he gets CC either way. So if he's gonna get CC either way, let's make him pass some accuracy resistance checks. Bro, huge grats, John. That's crazy. But yeah, keep in mind, Summoner's War is 7 years old, and it's harder for people to catch up. So a game that has 1,000,000 players, over time, those players that stick around get stronger and stronger, and new players will really struggle to catch up. And that makes it challenging for the game to attract new players, so the game's gonna have a player base that dwindles over time, basically. That's what it amounts to, is it's natural for the player base to dwindle. But we're dwindling from a high rate. So if you guys, for any of you guys who have Samsung phones, if you go look at, there's a thing in Samsung, it's called Galaxy Gaming, and it will show you like how many people play a game. So I actually look at this on Summoner's War, obviously. I have a vested interest, right? And so when I look at this for Summoner's War, you can actually see where like there are fewer players playing week after week until an event comes, and then there's a spike. But there's still something like 60,000 people logging in on a daily basis just through Samsung phones. And then if you go look at like when the RTA season starts, you can find yourself being like ranked 150,000, or, you know, you see hundreds of thousands of people still playing RTA. Like find somebody on a challenger account and then go see what your actual rank is, and you'll see or in arena, like when they do arena rush, and you'll see your like rank hundreds of thousands. So there's still people playing. There's still hundreds of thousands of people playing. There's less than played before. There's definitely less than played before, but that's just normal for a game like this. I would not say dead game or anywhere close Now the burnout's real. People cycle in and out. I get burnt out usually at the end of each RTA season. I feel burnt out because of the amount of RNG they keep adding. But you see people leave for 3 months and come back, leave for 6 months and come back, because the reality is there's no better game out there yet. If somebody ever comes up with a better game, that's when I'll start to say Summoner's War is dying. They're obviously making less money, which is why they bring out bigger packs. And part of the reason for bigger packs is also because of power creep. So players at the top end of the power spectrum benefit less from those packs than players at the bottom end of the power spectrum. And so they're trying to help new players get into the game and catch up. They're trying to make money while they do it. Obviously, it's a business. But these huge packs that they release now, part of it is so that they can make more money, and part of it is so that newer players have a way to catch up. Julianne could be a hassle. I really wish we had a Riley. I really wish we had a Riley. How's he rude? No, I need him on violent. Alright, I don't do this often, but I'm not a huge fan of Molly, but I think Molly fits this draft. And let's do Kinky. Saminal, so let me give you the counter argument to bad rates. I've said this before, I truly think the biggest mistake they ever made was 7-year scrolls, because that's what created burnout. So what makes this game amazing, what truly makes this game amazing, is that you have 700 monsters with checks and balances, and all of them can be viable. Some are better than others, but all of them can be viable at different times. What makes the game unique is that you can use all of these monsters and you have a reason to continue grinding and grinding for years. Now, the counter argument to that is when you make those monsters accessible to everybody easily, then people start to play the same teams over and over. That's why 2 seasons ago in RTA, every single draft was Ryu, Chung, plus a stripper, plus Oki, plus Ciara, because everybody had all the monsters. If everybody didn't have all the monsters, then they have to be more creative. So to me, the fact that the rates aren't good means that it's a big deal when you get something new. It's exciting, which is a big deal. You know what? Actually, I should just see Juno's gonna strip. And at the same time, it also means that we don't just see the same comps over and over. I wish they could have a do-over and get rid of the 7-year scrolls. And so along those lines, definitely wouldn't necessarily think it's a good idea to buff the rates. Actually, we need to go into this bulwark. I do think there should be an L&D pity system. I do think there should be an L&D pity system because L&Ds define the game. So that's a different thing entirely. I would like to see, I don't even think 1,000. I think the rate should be at 300. You're guaranteed an L&D because that's the rates. At 300, you get a guaranteed LD. I also would like to see them bring out an ancient L&D scroll that is only available to people who have no LD5s and who have summoned at least 300 times, and charge $100 for it or something. People would obviously buy it, and I think it would be a very fair scroll. But yeah, those are kind of different things. Monsters have been made too accessible and LDs have been made too inaccessible, and the balance between them, the game has shifted to a point where monsters matter more than runes. I think someone said that above in chat. While I'm watching the RTA, I'm just kind of half watching chat. Am I in front? Yeah, the Jaegers. You know what? Let's go ahead and do this, actually. Let's get rid of the Avelio. And that should be GG now. But yeah, I don't necessarily think we need a pity system for regular scrolls. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I think a pity system would be fine. If you summon 200 scrolls, get one. I think that's still fine. I do think we need a pity system for LDs. Yeah, I think we can do that now. Okay. But guys, the opposite argument is if you gave it to everybody. I mean, make an ancient LD scroll for free to people who have never gotten one, and then sell one to everybody. So people who never had one can get two, and everybody else can get one. I'd be fine with that. But people who have summoned like 1,000 LD scrolls and have nothing, and then they see brand new people in the game who freaking pull Gianna and Artemil. And obviously, I've got 6 LDs at this point. I may not be happy with them, but I've got them. I'm happy with Julian, anyway. I may not be happy with some of them, but I've got them. So I wouldn't even qualify. But I remember what it was like when I had summoned 2,000 LD scrolls and had none. And that sucks. It's just, for people who have been playing 7-8 years, to be completely locked out is more unfair than for, you know, people being not able to buy the scroll. Tanky? She's not tanky. Let's try the new and oh, he took Fang. Crap. Pretty sure we can kill this Leona. I bring Wusa and ban the Molly. He's limited to the Abelio sustain. It's not enough sustain, yeah. This to start. Yeah, see, Oxymanda, so if you look at it, I am so far from free to play, it's not even funny. I mean, I buy every LD scroll available, and I still can't get viable LDs. So that's just the randomness and the luck of it, but that's why I would support making it more available too. You know, I think we can go for the Juno now. Does Juno get in front? No, Pater's still there. Yeah, I think we got her. Yep, nice. I'm gonna get caught up on chat after this message because I know I'm way behind. So I gave the Shazam the invincibility there because I'm gonna AoE with him. And this way the Fang Revenge won't do anything. Nice. Let's do this. Now I did that because in case he stunned me, the Pater was going to act in front, and I could do this. I need to get the Pater set up so that I can snipe that Leona while the defense break is there. Wow, the Ileana actually broke the shield. That's crazy. Oh, not enough. Now he gets to transform. Oh, I wasn't expecting the proc there. Alright, let me get caught up here a little bit on chat. I know I'm way behind. So, how far am I? I'm up the rates for 4 stars. Okay, so playtime. I wish they had some kind of soft pity. Yeah, okay, so we talked about that. I agree with monster argument. Okay, so Salmonal, I would be, I mean, I'm somebody who, I'm on the fence about the rune argument also, because you have the same issue with runes as you do with monsters. The easier they are, the more power creep there is. And the more power creep there is, the less strategy that tends to be involved, because one meta will win out. So if I have super fast runes and you have super tanky runes, which is actually the opposite. I have super tanky runes, so I play turn 2. If you have super fast runes, you play turn 1. If everybody has fast and tanky runes and everybody has the same runes, then whatever meta tends to be strongest will always win out. But I wouldn't be against them buffing R5 rates so that you could take those runes that you're farming and improve them. I think R5 drop rates, like if they got rid of some of the flats and made it easier to farm gems and grinds, I'd be in favor of that. Not even free transfer. So Thirsty free transcroll did bring some people back. If you look at the Samsung Galaxy Play Store, it was like 18,000 more daily players. 18,000 players more a day, and that's just people on Samsung phones, not emulators, iOS, any of that. So the transcroll did bring people back. It went from like 46 to 64,000 a day. Let's see, pity system. They can buff the rates for 4 stars and keep 5 stars. So Kyle, I am 100% in agreement with you on that, bro. I think if they doubled the rates for 4 stars, because 4 stars have to be skilled up, I think if they doubled the rates for 4 stars, they would actually sell more scrolls. People would feel like they're getting more for their money, and I don't think that would impact power creep. I'm also in favor of 4-star Devilmon. Anything that makes it easier for players starting the game to progress and participate, I am in favor of. So I do agree with you 100% there. Salmonal. Yeah, so that's kind of the thing. If everybody has the same monster, it doesn't feel as unique. And also, you see it everywhere. Imagine if they did a Martina HOH. I mean, how miserable would it be to face an extra 30 Martinas every siege? Let's see. Again, I want to upgrade the rune crafting. Lucas, agree with you on that as well. I think it should cost more to craft 6 stars, but I mean, if you can farm only 6 stars, it's silly that you can't craft only 6 stars. Agree with you 100%, Lucas. Salmonal, disagree with the quad speed roll biddy system. I think the event runes they give us are, it's a double speed roll, max double. Spicoli, yeah, I've heard about that one. Lima and Bella in the background. Perk, you might average 1 a year, but that's because you only had 1 for 5 years. Now you average 1 a day. I'm just saying. Only got Wedge. Yeah, Kyle, so that's kind of my problem. Like, I've got Pontos, who is actually a good LD5, but doesn't fit me at all. Julian is the one who fits me the best, and I have so much fun with him. And then I've got, like, Kraka and Laura, who don't fit anybody. Guys, it's not about punishing people for playing the game. It's about benefiting people who are going to quit the game because they feel so frustrated. But I mean, I get both sides. I just think that it's kind of goes to the, it's like a reverse pity system. It's like people who have summoned 1,000 LDs and have nothing. They need something to get them, you know, they just need something. Bin, I mean, okay, so yeah, I don't know. I think there needs to be something that balances out the people who have just had ridiculous bad luck and spent thousands of dollars and have nothing against the people who are free to play and have Hanjiana. The idea isn't to disadvantage people who have one bad LD. I don't know what the correct balance is that makes everybody happy. There's probably nothing that makes everybody happy. But I do think there's just a really innate unfairness in people who have, like I said, spent years and thousands of dollars and have nothing compared to people who have something. Chamit, ideal stats for Savannah and Ciara. Honestly, there are no ideal stats for either of them. They're both very flexible monsters that can be played in a lot of builds. Ciara, you can play in a max crit rate build. You can play her fast or slow. You can play her with lots of attack. You can play her tanky. You really need to know the team you're playing and the style you're playing before you know her stats. For Savannah, you can play her swift, you can play her tanky, you can play her max resistance, but I'd say the most common build for Savannah would be speed, crit damage, attack, but you need at least 2,000 total attack on her in order to make sure her defense break goes on the skill 3 qualifier. Shoot for 40 accuracy and 250 speed on Violent Will. If you're playing her on a violent style. A lot of people pushing an arena early, 15. So Kyle, it's the second week. That's probably why they're pushing. I don't know if they're pushing. It's just it's the second week, so scores are higher. And a lot of people rushed last week thinking that it was inner server qualifier. So I think more people rushed last week, which pushed the numbers up. Ozymandias, I could see complaining about the second Jaeger because he's mainly an RTA monster. He's usable in Siege, but he's mainly RTA. So a dupe Jaeger would be brutal. Just finished Glory Towers. Huge congrats on that, John Turtle. That feels great when that happens, doesn't it? I remember, like, that was so exciting when I did that last one. Yeah, Thirsty, I agree with you. I think they should have made the trans scroll come a little bit more often because it's still trans, not ancient trans. If it was ancient trans, I think 300 pieces would be fair. I feel like trans probably needs to be more around every couple of months to keep people coming back. John, that's awesome, bro. A year's worth of LDs. I hope you pull something amazing at the end, man. Something like a Kraka. So Holy Spicoli, I have Kraka, and yeah, it'd be hard to live in C1 with her, not gonna lie. She's yeah. Ethna's better. Ethna's better in every way. That's the real issue I have, is I every time I think of drafting Kraka, Ethna makes more sense. Among many others. Playtime, Ancient Grinds definitely need better drops. Agreed with you on that as well. Be okay with Martina HOH. Ozymandias, I've summoned like 3,300 LDs. I have 4 Kinkies. And I have no Martina. But I still don't want to see a Martina HOH because I don't want to fight her 30 times every siege. And Martina is my most wanted monster in the game. Literally, more than pretty much any LD5. Maybe second most. Tian Lang might be most. Martina would be like number 2. But I still don't want a Martina HOH. I want to help them start raid. What's up, Sky, by the way? How you doing, Sky? Alright, I think I'm just about caught up. They should have reverse elemental RTA. Only what do you mean by reverse elemental RTA, Tariq? Oh, like you always have to play the opposite? One person would always be at a disadvantage then. John, Inner Server is this weekend, yeah. I'm actually going to stream my rush this weekend. By the way, guys, if you didn't catch if you guys saw my stream schedule and did not see the note, because Com2Us had originally said it would be a 2-week layoff, I thought Inner Server would be last week, so I rushed on stream last week and scheduled a stream Sunday at 2 p.m. But because Inner Server is this week, I'm actually going to be streaming 8 p.m. Pacific time this Sunday, so that was a change to the stream schedule. Morning Coffee, they care about the 2A ones. Mostly just the 2A ones. I would love a Leona, bro. I'd have so much fun with Leona. What's up, Corner Broke? How you doing, man? Glad you're able to make stream. Yeah, I do my best. Unfortunately, Corner Broke, we are at the end of stream. I'm actually 45 minutes over. It's been a fun stream, so I let it run long, but I think I do need to make this my last RTA match. I haven't eaten and the girlfriend's gonna kill me. But, yeah, we're gonna make this, oh, not the thing we wanted to see, but okay, we're gonna go Molly Kinky. And then I think we'll probably finish up with Oliver. Just kidding. We'll finish up with Douglas. We will not finish up with Douglas. That's for damn sure. Could I take Wunsa here? I want to take the Wunsa, but she's not. That's not a smart pick. C-Band's the speed lead, right? We'll just take this in the bird. Straight RNG match. These are not fun matches. It's like, does my 40... Wait, where's the bird? Here he is. Does my 45% chance bird revenge? Yay, I win. Does he not revenge? Oh, I lose. Alright. Do we care about the cocky more, or the Bella more, or the strippers more? I think we care about the Chung, right? We should be able to take most of the damage here. Also, does he ban Heigang, or does he ban... I don't think he bans Heigang, right? But Ryu's more likely to be Despair. No, we banned the Ryu. Yeah, he didn't ban the Heigang, so the Chung counters the Heigang better because the Ryu can absorb attack bar and the Chung cannot. That's we banned the Ryu basically because I thought he would let the Heigang through and the Heigang counters the Chung better. Blair Tayor is an underrated monster. He is useful. The big thing with Tayor is that monsters like Poseidon tend to be a little better. I think Tayor is actually fairly close to Poseidon. I think Tayor is very underrated. But with that said, yeah, Tayor is definitely useful. I mean, he's got guaranteed freeze on a single target. He's got, do this, we should be good now. He's got guaranteed freeze on a single target with AoE attack bar reduction. He's got, what else does he got? He's got self speed buff and one of the hardest hitting skill 2s in the game on a 2-turn cooldown. He's hard to rune because of his low base speed. That's his biggest issue, is that he's just hard for a lot of people to rune because he speed scales and has a low base speed. But he's still a very good monster. Especially if you're newer in the game and don't have Poseidon, for example, he's a very good monster. And I know Bastet hadn't buffed yet, but I also knew Chung was going to reset me, and I wanted to put Glancing on the Bella. If you guys are wondering why I used the Heigang S2 right there, it was to put Glancing on the Bella. It was more important to make sure nothing died until I could get the Pater back into bear form than to worry about the attack buff, because since the Cocky's off the field, the attack buff wasn't as big of a deal. And we should be good now. Let's see here. Garuda, though, would not change much. I mean, Taeon is really nice. Taeon was actually my first LD 3-star, maybe the last one I made, because I made him after I pulled Mirane, but Taeon's really good. Can't really 2A Megan. You could 2A Megan, because of the base speed, you wouldn't overwrite Bastet. If you gave Megan Bastet's exact kit, Bastet would still be better, because Bastet has a higher base speed. So I do think Megan could be 2A'd. And you wouldn't go as far as Bastet's exact kit. But Bastet's skill 2 is better anyway. I mean, Megan just has the single target strip. The Bastet AoE glancing especially is really powerful, and defense break. Plus, if you look at monsters like Kali, the really powerful 3 stars, when they 2A them, usually they just do a slight tweak to base stat, like Molly. I'm sorry, I just used Molly. Kali. If you look at monsters like Kali, the really powerful 3 stars, usually they just do a slight tweak to base stats. Same thing with Escher and Jolton. They didn't get nearly as much as other monsters, so I think Megan would be fine. Just pulled Hey Gang. Bro, huge congrats on the Hey Gang, man. All right, I got to do one. How much have we freaking climbed on Perk's account? I feel like I've climbed a lot. I know he was in the 1400s before. It's fun abusing these LDs, man. He doesn't just have a lot of LDs. He has good LDs. He has LDs that can be played everywhere. Siege content, guild content. That's like the best part about his account is these LDs are like so good and playable and viable and all that stuff. Alright, we're gonna do I still want Shazam here? I think I still want Shazam, and I think I want the Wusa. Yeah, I want that second immunity right here. How do you build Hey Gang? Let's see how his perks built. Despair Will. Basically your fastest Despair Will set with 85 accuracy. You want to shoot for, if you can get there, plus 172. When I mathed it out, plus 172 is what you need to cut a 309 chung, and most chunks these days are played Despair, but when you do run into a Swift one, 309 is usually around what you'll see up to Guardian 1. So plus 172 should cut at 309. Let's see, Harmonia. Kind of want Win, but I definitely want Jaeger. Could I Savannah this? I feel like I could Savannah this. I could Ethna this for sure. Oh, that's nice too. That's a fast Ethna. Okay. What are you doing with the Leica here? You're banning Ethna? You gotta be banning Ethna. Or you're just gonna go YOLO into Ethna. Yeah, he doesn't want to ban Ethna. Daphnis, huh? Okay. No attack buff. We're squishy though. Daphnis might kill us. The Molong kills us either way. At least Daphnis has to pass an accuracy resistance check. The Molong doesn't have to pass that check. So I'd rather leave the Daphnis. What do I think is the minimum EHP for a turn 2 team? Truly depends, Spicoli, on what level you're playing at. I can only tell you for myself. I shoot for 190 to 220, 190k to 220k, playing for basically Guardian 2. Yeah, he passed the check. Yeah, definitely agree with Dyes that it's going to be monster specific. So, for example, Fang I shoot for 300 because he's defense scaling. So it also depends very much on the monster, yeah. Thank you. Oh, she lived! And the Harmonia, is the Harmonia in front? Well, I'm gonna sleep. He didn't sleep me? Oh, because he's cycling. Oh, he can't sleep Jaeger. What am I talking about? Yeah, he can't sleep Jaeger. Oh, that hurt. The Harmonia was in front. Nice resistance. Daphnis is almost back on his skill 3 too. I couldn't kill fast enough. He's got me on this one. Nice revenges by the Jaeger. Nice revenge by the Pater too. If it's a Vio Daphnis, I could lose right here. Not Vio. Okay. Good proc for me. Harmonia have S2? I think she does, yeah. Alright. If we don't kill the Diana, we have no chance. Alright, so I have a chance. What we're gonna do is this. Proc? No, so he's gotta go for the Shazam, but he may not have enough damage for the Shazam, because that's a tanky monster. Good play, he held it. That was a smart play right there. He wants to go for the Jaeger. Okay, we got it. They'd be separate checks, so you would revenge slightly more often, but it would diminish the effects. So, for example, if revenge runes are 15% and Jaeger's passive is 50, then he's gonna revenge 57.5% of the time, because half the time he normally would have revenged, he will not, like his passive is the reason he's revenging. So it's more like on the half the time his passive doesn't revenge, the revenge runes will work. Hey, Burke, we pulled you up to C3 already. Very nice. Where did we start? I don't remember exactly where we started, but looks like maybe, was this me? No, that was not me. That was not me. That was not me. I think here, nope, that's not me. Here. This was me. We started at 1462, so we climbed 60 points in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 wings, we went 9 and 1. Oh, bro, I could climb on your account all day, man. I could climb on your, this, such a fun account, man. Such a freaking fun account. Oh, man, Perk, I'm so jealous. I want to trade accounts with you. But, alright guys, 11:30, I gotta get something to eat. Guys, thank you for hanging out on stream. I will catch you guys hopefully on Sunday night stream. We'll be doing our Arena Rush. So guys, hope you all have a great night. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I did. And I'll catch you guys.